What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Tuesday stream. How's everybody doing? Scattered. I see you got the scatters ready. That's good. That's good. The room is new. Yeah, the room is new since yesterday. Well, since Sunday technically, but didn't stream on Sunday. Where Charlie? Charlie is chilling on the bed right now. He's not here, unfortunately. Yeah, the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon is still on the floor. He'll probably be on the floor for the entire week. I'll probably find the time to do it on the weekend. Because it's a busy week. There's a lot of streams this week too for you guys. There's gonna be a stream on Friday and on Saturday as well. So essentially there's a stream every day this week. Yeah. So that's fun. Thursday as well for the early days collection. So probably I was gonna take Thursday off because I'm streaming Friday and Saturday, but then I was told yesterday. I was talking to Farfa about the best day for the podcast, and I asked him like, "Hey, do you want to do it on Thursday? Because I'm off on Thursday." And then he was like, "No, Thursday I want to do the early days collection." And I was like, "Oh damn, I forgot that's happening on Thursday. So I might actually try to put up a stream on Thursday as well for the early days collection. If that is something that people are interested in. I personally am interested in it. So I'm probably gonna make it happen. That's essentially the plan, right? The plan for Thursday is we just dabble in the early days collection, which I'm sure like one stream or one day is not even close to enough to do that game justice, because there's a whole bunch of different games in it. But we're probably gonna do it on Thursday and just see, you know. Who came up with your avatar for Elizabeth's avatar? She commissioned it. I'm not she sent it to me and she told me who made it, but I don't have the name off the top of my head already. But it was a commission that she did. Yeah. What is it? What, the early days collection? What's the best way to describe the early days collection? It's just it is one game that is a collection of a whole bunch of retro Yu-Gi-Oh games for, I think, different platforms. Like they remade all those older games into one collection, basically. So you can replay a whole bunch of the retro Yu-Gi-Oh, like Game Boy, Nintendo DS games and stuff, PlayStation, like all of those old games in one collection. I think it even has, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it even has some titles that were never released outside of Japan. So some for us technically completely new games. And it also adds some online functionality to it, which obviously back in the day we didn't have that. But now I think for some of those games, or maybe even all of them, you can now play online and like duel your friends and stuff like that. It sounds like an overall fun concept, you know? It sounds like a fun concept that I think we can dedicate one or the other stream to. As long as the games are still fun, you know? I haven't played all of them. So some of them I've played, some of them I haven't played. We'll see. Are you attending the German Open? Unfortunately not. I have a Challenger Cup on Saturday, so we are going to be streaming instead. Are they older than Impermanence? Oh no, they old. They old, essentially. And if that's the measurement, they're old. Yeah. Jurgen Jojo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Sid the Sloth, thank you for the prime as well. And Darkcore also, appreciate you. Thank you. Can we check out Jesse's video on Ryzeal later? We can. Yeah, we can. I think probably during lunch. That seems like a good watch. Thanks for all your advice. Ready for the Duelist Cup? I appreciate that, but how are you ready for the Duelist Cup yet? There's another set coming out. We don't even know what's in that pack, right? We get another pack on March 6th. We got to see what's in that one. I'm doing good, Nilmi. Thank you. How are you? Law YGO 2024 React. Oh, we still haven't done that. No, yeah. Nah, we will. But like, it's just been, streams have been busy. Which is a good thing, you know. There's been I've recently had this very rarely where I just sit down in the morning and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do on stream today. Like, there's been a lot of stuff that I've just been wanting to do, which ends up leaving like less room for just watching a 2-hour Law YGO video, and then when I react to it, instead of 2 hours, it's 3. So we're going to, but it's just, there's a lot going on right now. But maybe we can find space in the upcoming weeks. All right. Let us begin. Will the early days collection grab more people than Master Duel Day 1? Personally, I do not think so. I think Master Duel Day 1 is going to be bigger than the earliest collection, but it's also hard for me to grasp that sort of stuff. But I don't think I'm hyped for the early days collection, but it doesn't even come close to the hype around Master Duel on release. The only difference is, I guess, no one knew Master Duel was happening so soon, because they kind of like, what was the word for it? They shadow dropped it, or whatever it's called. Some Dino dude. I've seen this card, I feel like. Oh yeah, Sabersaurus, of course. This feels rockety, but I don't think it's one of the good ones. Nest Rocket, yeah. Is an Exo-Sister? Is it Stella? It's Stella. I don't know this guy. Toy Knight. Mm-hmm. That feels like Ancient Warrior. Oh, that might be Double Dragon Lords. Finally. Please. No. That's the only one I know, dude. That's not the one. Yeah, okay. 3 visits. Yeah, I have seen this card. Awaken. I feel like we had this yesterday or last week. I don't know. Draco Berserker. Trade in. The two things fighting with the controllers next to it. Super Junior Confrontation. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, tribe infecting wares. Spellstone. No, it's not Karud. Then I don't know. Wacky. Is it that wacky magic? That wacky alchemy? 50-50 lost? Yep. That is Neo Bubbleman. That googly eyes, maybe? No. Dino Rex. Nope. Dino Re-X. Re-X. I should have just skipped it. I don't know why I'm trying to do this right now. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. Read. Okay. Re:*X. I feel like this one I've seen. Raid Raptor, Napalm. Okay, cool. Wait, this feels familiar. Oh, Luster Dragon. What's this? Who's that? I don't know that one. Starving. Oh, yeah, it looks like a Starving Venom kind of guy, yeah. Against the Wind? No. Oh, Fabled Unicorn. Okay. Oh, this feels familiar. I feel like that's... What is that? A Gishki? That is a Gishki. Levi Anima. Yeah. Telekinetic Shocker. I'm pretty sure the monster is called that, but I think this is a spell trap. Unfortunately, this guy is Telekinetic Shocker. I'm pretty sure, but it's it's a spell trap. Oh, I know him. Oh God, no, not Archfiend. Like Fiend Soldier. No, not Archfiend Soldier. Fiend Warrior. No. Oh man, no. I know him. He's like a vanilla level 3 or 4, like 1100 attack. I know this guy. Unknown Warrior of Fiend. Ah. Purun. That's Neos, Glow Neos. Looking gimmick puppety. Is that a gimmick puppet? Not one of the ones they play. Manipulator of Souls? Hmm. It kind of looks like a gimmick puppet, right? The number gives it away once you zoom in enough. That is Mighty Master. Is Manipulator of Souls also an FTK card? Oh, that's a Gladiator Beast. Neurokius or something? Yes. What is it with cards that have strings on them? Oh, a Flower Guardian. Oh, God. I think that's a Flower Guardian. I'm skipping the Flower Guardian. Zebra Grass? You guys are making things up. Like, you guys are right, but how do you guys know that? That makes no sense. That's the ZW I've ever seen one. Right? DZW. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I've seen this. Spirit Sculptor. Okay, we've lost every single bit of pace we had in the first 5 minutes because that was pretty good. Reinforcements of the army's troops, I think. Cobalt Eagle. The Cyber's Wizard or something? No, Cyber's Magician. That's the same thing. Broad Bull. Mystical Temple. No, Temple of the Kings. That's the one. Yep. The other one, the corresponding monster is called Mystical Beast of Circuit or something. What is this? Oh, Soul Drain or Mind Drain? Damn it. It was Mind Drain. Iris. Melfi. But Melfi of the Forest, I think. Yeah. See, that's one of those archetypes where I know some of them, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know why I know that that one's Forest. Oh, that's a Vernusyphilis, I think. But I don't know which one. Flowering Buds? Flower Buds, yeah. That is something. Throw that one. Yeah. That is the team. Mustering? Mustering of the Dark Scorpions. Yeah, Dark Scorpion, not yeah. That's Melodious. It's not Melodious. I don't know what it is. Goddess Bow? Hmm. Past image. Have I seen this? Don't think I have. Iguander? But I've heard of, no, that's not a thing. Fairy Knight Ingunar. Okay, no, I don't think I've heard of that. That is Melodious though, right? Sulfacort? Coolia. Okay. Oh, I know him. Oh God, the something Volt is in there. I think. Yeah, that one. I knew it was a long name. I was pretty sure Volt was in there. That's Compulse. White elephants. No, not gift. Meme. Is that? It's one of the trap monsters, right? Who that? Fusionist. It's not deflector, reflector. Yeah. That's bear. I know him. Oh, I know him. He's he's from Phantom Darkness, Dark Crusader. Yeah. $8.99. Oh no. That's pretty good still. But don't hit $8.99. Oh, not the $8.99, dude. Not the $8.99, man. Bro, oh my god, we have a category in the Gamba that starts at 901. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. You guys must be so mad. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess, yeah, for everyone that's mad right now, there's also someone very happy because there's a lot of people who guessed 800 to 900. Okay, we're looking for a weak-ass effect monster from back in the day. Let's try a card trooper. Not card trooper. Even older, even smaller in terms of level, and not just an effect. Okay, so it could be a flip monster. How big is skill angle? Nope. How big? What's a bigger flip monster? Like a level 2 flip monster that's bigger than card trooper. And it's not an earth monster, so it's not morphing jar because that got 700 attack. What about penguin soldier? Easy. It couldn't be apprentice magician because that's a dark, and apprentice magician is also not a flip monster. Do you like Penguin Soldier? Who doesn't like Penguin Soldier? Come on. Penguin Soldier is definitely on the cooler side of the older cards. Like, there's no shot people dislike Penguin Soldier. Like, look, there's cards out there. There's cards out there where, like, some people like them, some people dislike them, and you can find, like, conceivable reasons for why people would dislike a card or like a card. Penguin Soldier, everyone loves Penguin Soldier. All my homies love Penguin Soldier. What possible reason could you have to dislike Penguin Soldier? My friend flipped this card versus me in middle school, so I hate him. I mean, yeah, it's okay to hate your friend because of that, but you're not. Don't project your hate on Penguin Soldier. You know. It can make totally awesome. Therefore, I hate it. I'm pretty sure the chances are high you've never said a sentence in your life that made less sense than that. Odds are pretty high. That was the thing you said in your life that made the least amount of sense. Gotta be top 3. My favorite thing to do with Penguin Soldier, there was actually a period where we played Penguin Soldier in Paleo back in the day because it was a great way to answer Denko Sekka in like Zodiac format. Because Denko Sekka was one of the biggest problems for Paleo, but Zodiac also couldn't really out face down monsters. They had to attack it, so you would just bounce the Denko Sekka back. But then eventually, and we started playing Penguin Soldier because it was also an Aqua, so it could make totally awesome. But we ended up changing it for Raiko, because Raiko is a better card than Penguin Soldier most of the time, and ended up replacing the Penguin Soldier in the side deck. Because it also could mill Paleos and stuff, you know? Yeah, the mill is pretty good in Paleo on average. Like, you get like Lost Wind, the Paleo Backjack, you got frogs that you can hit. Raiko was actually pretty good. Like, it was not something I had in my list for the YCS that I won, but then I kept playing Paleo for a while after until they released Masterpiece. And then, but after YCS Prague, Raiko was a card that was in my side deck, I think, for most of the tournaments I played afterwards. Will you be at German Open at this Saturday? Do we get some TCG content as well? I will not be at German Open, unfortunately. I'm currently looking into better ways to create better TCG content as well. It's just a matter of fact that at the moment I'm having a lot of fun playing Master Duel, and the streams are doing really well where I play Master Duel as well. I think it's just because Master Duel is just a lot easier to create content for that is also visually pleasing. You know, it's a great way to just play the game. Which I really like, but I am working on other ways to get TCG content in here as well, especially also for YouTube. I'm talking like higher edited stuff, you know, we can get discussions back online and stuff like that. So that is something that is in the works. It's just at the moment, I'm just enjoying, it's just the best of both worlds for me. You know? I'm enjoying my time in Master Duel, and the streams are doing well. So yeah. We are still going to find ways to create TCG content, of course, because that is also very close to my heart. Mainly, of course, like tournament reports, tournament preparation, metagame discussions, and all this kind of stuff. It's still going to happen. Don't worry about that. And you guys also know, like, even when we're playing Master Duel on a stream, you guys can ask me TCG related stuff all the time. Like, it's not something like we don't talk about because we're playing Master Duel today or something like that. It's always, you know, you said that a year ago and nothing happened. I don't know if that's true. I've definitely tried some things in the past year regarding TCG content. That's not fair. But yeah, if you are exclusively interested in TCG, then you're going to have a hard time with watching Yu-Gi-Oh on Twitch, because it is just so much easier and so much better to create Master Duel content, especially live right now. So I don't know what you want me to tell you. Serious question. How do you manage to enjoy Master Duel with one of the worst metas we had since release? I don't know. I mean, did you watch yesterday? Yesterday was a phenomenal stream. I don't know. You just try to find decks that you like that work. And I didn't even expect yesterday's deck to really work as well as it did, but it just ended up working out. I don't know. I feel like Master Duel, because it is best of one and because it does have a decent amount of variance to it, which is, for some people, it can feel negative sometimes, but it also means that you're not forced to play Snake Eyes right now, even though it is the most powerful deck. You're not forced to play it because there are decks that beat it. And I don't know, at least my experience at the moment is that even though I think on paper Snake Eyes is by far the best deck, on my ladder climb yesterday, it wasn't even that popular. Maybe it's because people are not playing Master Duel ranked to just like not everyone on the Master Duel ladder is tryharding as much as they can, right? Like not everyone is like, I need to climb to 1800, so I have to play Snake Eyes. And so that's like, if Snake Eyes ends up being not the most enjoyable deck to play, then you're not going to end up playing against that main. Like there's so much other stuff running around in Rated, which ends up making it a fine experience. This sort of stuff will always change a little bit when you hop into something like a Duelist Cup. When you are playing a Duelist Cup, you do have to like prepare to face the most meta stuff, of course, especially at the higher elo, right? But I suppose that is just something you have to like come to terms with if you're tryharding a Duelist Cup, which is why I said in regards to this upcoming Duelist Cup, I will only tryhard this upcoming Duelist Cup if I find a deck that is at least comfortable for me, right? Like I don't have to love the meta game at the top level to be able to play it, but like I also like it's got to be at least tolerable to me, which I don't know yet if that's the case or not, because there's going to be another pack coming out at the 6th of March. I think it's going to be better than Tenpai. Like I genuinely don't agree with it's the worst meta we've seen in a while. I genuinely feel like Full Power Tenpai was probably my least favorite format in Master Duel since its release, probably. So I think maybe one of the part of why I'm having a good time right now is just because it's just better than the last one, you know, for me personally. And it's not perfect yet by any means, you know, like there are sometimes there's games where you just queue into it and you go second and your opponent has like Engraver, Diabellstar, Bonfire, and a Called by the Grave, and you're just like, oh, well, that was not a winnable game at all. But I feel like on average, the games you play, the decks you play against and the games you play are just more fun at the moment than they were before. Not perfect yet, but better than before. And that's already a good thing, I think. Gregor, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you. What Drake? Thank you for the 23 months. Congrats on your new job. I hope you like it. All right. That being said, let's have another one of those sessions where we try to have some fun in the highest rank at Master Duel with another creation and see if we can make it work. Yesterday was already a lot of fun. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I will be kind of surprised if today's deck performs worse than yesterday's, even though it could actually happen because yesterday's deck I feel like overperformed like crazy. But today we are trying something that I'm very hyped for because I love that deck and I've enjoyed it in Master Duel before, and now that it has won a YCS in the TCG, I think it is a phenomenal time to try and make it work in Master Duel as well. And of course I'm talking about Pure Fire King. None of that Snake Eye stuff. Just good old Pure Fire King, which of course has won the most recent YCS in Birmingham in the hands of Dinka Bui. And technically all of these cards are in Master Duel. Now, of course, the Master Duel format is a little bit different, so I had to make some adjustments to the deck. However, I do think there's a couple of things that made this deck work in the TCG that still apply to the format in Master Duel. One of the things was this deck is very, very strong versus Bestials. This deck has a very good matchup into cards like Molcharmi Fuvalos, which is also very popular in Master Duel right now. And it also, on top of all that, is not that bad into Max C because it has a lower ceiling and tries to not do as many fancy combos. So like if you get Max Seed, if you get Molcharmied, that does not really matter. You don't really care about Bestials, so that's all good for this deck. I am a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about consistency with this deck in Master Duel because Master Duel has a lot of consistency hits in place. We only have one Pot of Extravagance. We do not have the Pot of Prosperity. So I had to make some changes to the deck. Let's see what we're starting with today. And I think let's also check what rank we're starting at real quick. So we are currently sitting at 1598, so just under 1600, which we were able to climb to with a deck consisting of basically just hand traps, which was kind of odd that we were able to climb like what 80 points with it in one session. Okay, that's where we're at, and this is the basic outline of the deck that I have thrown together. Now, I have obviously still the one pot of extravagance in here, and the extra deck is structured accordingly. I didn't have a third Promethean Princess, but with just one pot of extravagance, I think it's probably fine to just have two. I didn't want to craft a third one just for the one pot of extravagance. If we ever banish both Promethean Princess today with pot of extravagance, I am going to craft a third and cut 1 SP for it. But for now, I think we can try to get away with 2. I added a third copy of Fire King Sanctuary because I did want to increase consistency a little bit. I did want to increase consistency, and this is just another copy of, like, this is just one of your better starters as long as you have a fire monster. The other thing that I am a little worried about is the fact that we only have 2 Fire King High Avatar Kirin, which makes grinding a little harder, I think, because you can run out of these eventually. We're going to see if we can maybe find a solution for that. Maybe there's a world where we add the other Fire King quick play spell, Fire King Circle, to summon the Kirin back from the graveyard so we can get that destruction effect going one more time. I have also added the Barong because I just wanted another fire card in the deck to replace the Kirin, to have enough cards that we can pop with Fire King Island, because there's nothing worse than drawing Fire King Sanctuary or Island but no fire monster to pop with it. So I did want another copy, like just another good card to destroy with Island. Other than that, the concept is pretty much the same as Dinkabui's list. Not many changes yet. If we ever run into certain situations where we feel like we want to change one or the other card, we can. But very similar. I think the hand trap lineup is very similar because I do think these hand traps are very good in Master Duel right now. Of course, we're going to add the max season. Fuvalos is great right now. Valor and Imperm are also very good because you can stop stuff like Diabellstar with it. And then Bestials for the Fiendsmith engine, same as in TCG. And just Nibiru's on top of all that, because I think if you pair Nibiru with some of these hand traps, it can be pretty strong. So that's what I'm trying to see if that works today. Isn't Linkuriboh better than Anima? I don't know, because I don't feel like this is the kind of deck that needs the repeated use of Linkuriboh as much, because it's not Snake Eye where you're spamming level 1s. I would be down to add a Sunlight Wolf, actually, now that you mention it. Maybe there's a world we can use Sunlight Wolf to recycle that second Kirin. Let's cut the second Little Knight for that. That seems fine, so that we can recur that Kirin. That seems neat. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be the list we're starting with. And we shall see if we can climb with it. Of course, the deck that this deck is competing with in the TCG is Ryziel and Malice, which is a little bit different than Master Duel. You know, of course, decks like Full Power, Azamina, Snake Eye have a higher ceiling than a Ryziel deck. So we're going to see if the boards that this deck makes can withstand that. But at the end of the day, I do my personal impression of this deck is that it is good enough to at least like climb slowly. You know, I don't expect this deck to be crazy good, but I also don't think it's going to be terrible. All right, well, this is kind of looking like the deck from yesterday. It's actually better for us to go second here because we don't have a great fire monster to pop with Volcanics. We would have had to pop the Ash Blossom, which I don't want. Up against Yubel here, I think the best thing to do here would be to Valor the Samsara D Lotus, because like I said, I want to keep the Ash Blossom because it's the only fire monster I have for the Volcanics. I could start with Imperm, which would stop them from using Talons. At the same time, imperm on my own turn for a potential phantom could be very, very helpful. So I'll just Veil there for now. Hope I don't get Talenced. Because there is a world where they now have like one Spirit of Yubel in hand and they just make Phantom and they pass, and then I really need that imperm, right? Yep. Yeah. Ooh. Drawing Fire King Island here is pretty neat, actually. I do think I'm going to start with Volcanics, threatening to pop this Ash Blossom in hand. I don't think they're going to let that happen. So I'm going to keep my Ash, which is good. And then I'm just going to follow up with Fire King Island, popping the Volcanics on the board. I don't think we need to imperm the Phantom of Yubel, actually. Unless... I mean, the set cards have got to be impermanents, right? The set cards are impermanences. Yeah. Yeah, let's imperm the Phantom of Yubel so we can also run over it. So what I'm predicting how this is going to go is I'm going to go Volcanics, they're going to imperm it, then I'm going to go Island. I don't think they're going to let me get to Garunix that easily. Yeah, okay. So the next question is, do I use the island now, or do I just run over this Phantom of Yubel first and then play in main phase 2 just to make sure it's gone? How does Spirit of Yubel work again? Does Spirit of Yubel only work on direct attacks? Declares an attack. Okay, so they could summon a Spirit of Yubel. They could summon a Spirit of Yubel right away. Should I play around that? This is probably a second impermanence. Which means they would just imperm my Garunix. Most likely. I think I attack first just to know whether there is a Spirit of Yubel or not. Okay, that has worked. That's good. Activate Island. It's a shame we drew Island over Sanctuary. That's specifically the reason why we played 3 Sanctuary, is so that I can open with Sanctuary more consistently, because it is so much better to have that continuous card up. All right, and they can see. See, I think this is one of the reasons why this deck can work, is because right now in Master Duel, even though the most powerful decks have a really high ceiling, I don't feel like that is technically something that's necessary right now, because I feel like decks in Master Duel at the moment, you don't have to do a whole lot to be in a good position. As long as you're playing a mid-range deck with sufficient room for non-engine, if you can put up some amount of combos through their hand traps, and you have good follow-up and control game, you don't have to put up the craziest board, you know? And I think this deck could be okay at that, you know, at least okay. It doesn't have to be the best deck out there, but like I think it can do a fine job. That's the thing I'm worried about with this deck, though, is like consistency. Because if we hadn't drawn that Fire King Island for turn there, we may have been in some trouble. That's why Exodia is popping off. I wouldn't say Exodia is popping off. I don't think Exodia is even close to the best deck at doing that, but it's fine. All right, let's hope this Volcanix gets through. It does. Okay. That's great. Do I destroy Volcanix or do I destroy Arvata? Arvata can't revive right now, so let's pop Volcanix, I think. Pop Volcanix. Grab Ponix. Nope. Activate Volcanics in the graveyard. Maxi is not something we will allow in this case because we've got bigger plans. We've got bigger plans. Fuvalos is actually fine here. I don't care if they chain Fuvalos. That's going to be one draw. But the Maxi I care about because that'd be multiple. All right. Special Ponyx. Grab OG Garunix. Onyx effect. Grab that Sanctuary. Activate the Sanctuary. Place the island. Okay, now which is the one we want to pop? I suppose. Hold up. So we're going to pop Arvata from hand. If I pop Arvata from hand, grab Garunix, special Garunix. If I use Arvata's effect to revive, I would have a full board and I couldn't revive with Kirin anymore. So I might as well destroy the Ponyx from the field, I think. Yeah. That's going to be the Garunix in hand. Garunix effect. Pop Kirin. Kirin now summons the Arvata from hand, I think. No. Then we'll go Sunlight Wolf with these two. We'll make Almirage. We add back the Kirin. We make Promethean Princess. I could have added back Ash. I think Kirin is very useful in hand, though. I could have added back Ash Blossom, yeah. And then we're just gonna bring back one of these guys. I suppose is Sunlight Wolf? Is it ever Sunlight Wolf here that I just put here so that if they use the extra monster zone, I get to add back Ash? I could also just bring back the Garunix. I don't think I need that though. The Ponyx comes back to my hand anyways. Let's try that. I don't know if they will really play into this, but they might have to if they want to summon a Link monster. Why is there no Ambler Whale in the extra? The extra deck is, except for the Sunlight Wolf, I copied the extra deck from Dinkabui's list. I didn't really question the what's it called? The reasoning for it. We'll use the Maxi in standby phase. No response. Okay, feel good about that. Yeah, the Arvata usually gets the Promethean into the graveyard. The extra deck was made with 3 extravs in mind, but not really. The only cards we're playing multiple copies of are Typhon, Garunix, I guess 2 Hitas, and Promethean. But like for the most part, it's not that like a lot. There's still a lot of 1-offs in here essentially because this deck just doesn't need the extra deck that much. Okay, the Sylvie here. The Sylvie. The Sylvie I will allow. I think for this matchup, it would be best if I mean they are under maxi, so I'm feeling good about this. But I'm trying to see the lose condition essentially is dying this turn. See, they had this already. That's one thing I was worried about. Which I'm pretty sure I will let this happen. Draw an imperm, that's kind of useless. Okay, so I will activate. I will activate. I will destroy Promethean Princess. Summon Garunix from grave. No called by the grave. Okay. Here, I am thinking about popping the Kirin off my board, just so I have another one in deck for later. I don't know if I need all of these bodies. And I think in Master Duel, making good use of your 2 Kirins without running out of them is quite important. So I'm gonna do that. Of course, I am losing 1 body on the field here. But I think, like, I just don't want to run out of them. You need 2 level 8s. Yeah, the Kirin brings Olcanix back. Olcanix pops Ponix, adds the other Kirin, and then Olcanix becomes a level 8. So I'm fine. Like that's not a concern. Or I could just bring back the high avatar here, whichever one I think is better. Let's go for the Olcanix line. Destroy a card. I will destroy this LZ. I don't want him to search the Sinful Spoils. I'll use Olcanix. I will destroy... I think I'll destroy the Sunlight Wolf. I don't think they're going to play into... Now that I don't have the Promethean up here anymore. They won't play into the Sunlight Wolf zone. And then I'll add a follow-up Kirin to the hand. Turn the Olcanix into a level 8. I don't need to summon out Ponix right now. And then, you know, this can still threaten the level 8. If you control... Yeah, you can do that. You may do that. I don't care. Oh, fine. Okay. I've used up a lot of time. Maybe it's just because I'm explaining all the things. Yeah, you may draw. Whose turn is it again? I've been yapping a lot on their turn. But yeah, the Fire King deck is very interactive on the opponent's turn. It doesn't look that crazy when you first make the board, but I think negating LZ is pretty nice. Keep that in your hand. Destroy a Ponix from hand. Because it's free real estate anyways. Maybe Circle is a good card in this deck. It's not a starter though. It's the one thing I'm worried about. I also think maybe you play 3 Skyburns. Realistically. Okay. We're going to... It's funny we just threw a Bestial exactly when they were trying to go for the thing. Ooh, Ghost Ogre. Okay. Sure. That's a good card against this. But it's not going to be nearly enough. I still have Promethean Princess and a Bestial and Maxi active. And I know one card in their hand is the LZ. So of course we're not going to Promethean this. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't go anywhere. All right, good start. Max C div? Actually, not even true. We didn't use a single one of those cards we've drawn off of the Max C yet. Like we didn't need anything yet actually. Like yeah, the Max C was good there, but so far I hadn't used any of those cards. My interruptions were enough without the Max C. I just want to point that out, all right? Like ooh, this is an interesting case where I could normal summon the Ponix and try to play with it, but if there's one hand trap on their end, I will lose access to my Molcharmy. World's Mirror. Oh, they do have the World's Icon, yeah. I mean, 40 card deck, they surely have a hand trap, right? I'm not sure. Not happy about this. I'm not happy about this, but activate Charmy to check for Ash. On my first turn, just activate Charmy? Okay, dude. I don't think we'll die here. I could Ash this, but then if they have Kaimin, I'll just Fuva plus Imperm, the first one. I'll Fuva plus Imperm, and then Ash the Kaimin if they have that. That way I get the draw from the Fuva. Okay, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. All right, yeah. That we just died to, I think. I did not expect that card in Tenpai. They didn't have Kaimin, so if I Ash... Yeah, in that case, it was better to do. I don't even know. I don't even think I can draw anything. Right? Because they would... I can't draw another Imperm off of this because it's cross-outed. Veiler is too late. Nibiru is too late. Bystials are too late. Yeah, I can't draw anything. Kieran is also main phase. Veiler is main phase. Yeah, we died. Okay, well. First loss to Tenpai. Cringe. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm past this point. I will no longer let Tenpai losses influence my experience with Master Duel. I just ignore Tenpai games. It's like they don't matter. I don't build my decks to beat Tenpai anymore. I don't care about this deck. Like I wait until it dies, but I just like I can't be bothered, dude. I'll take the win if I can, but I'm tired of being mad at Tenpai. Like if they have it, they have it. Okay, we have been maxied in the draw phase, which I can live with. Skyburn. Island. I think I can give him no draws, maybe. If I destroy Ponix, Add Kirin and just pass with the Skyburn set. What happens? I get Onyx back to my hand. Your stream has some FPS drops. It looks completely fine on my end. No, does not. Pop Onyx. Do I add Garunix though? Do I give him one special summon? One. No. My OBS literally says drop frames 0.0% is what my OBS says right now. So I don't know what you want me to tell you or what you want me to do. I don't know. Maybe it is a Twitch issue. It could be. But I can't do anything about it right now. Another Tenpai? I mean, it could be. Looks like it. I doubt it's just actual Sky Striker. That's usually not the case, you know? Sure. Okay, that is not Tenpai, right? That ain't a Tenpai. But why would they make that first? Thrust. Ah, because I activated Ponix. Okay, yeah, well, they can just set with it. That's okay. That is the third spell, however. Set Duster. The third spell? You got engaged there? You got engaged. Sure, I guess. Afterburner. Afterburner. So, are they trying to afterburner their own monster? Yeah. Oh, komm schon. Don't have another island, sadly. Point. So they've got Afterburner, Widow Anchor, and 2 other cards. Okay, 1 other card. There's 1 other card. Wither Anchor. Take. Yeah. Of course it's that. The Nibiru will counter the Hita line here. So they just have a Widow Anchor right now. No, an Afterburner. I just died to 1 top decked Senpai card, right? You should leave the token on their field. Bro, it's got 4,000 attack. So many good draws there, dude. A Fire Monster. A Bestialist game. It's like even if it's like Vela or Ash at least, you know? At least Vela or Ash would have been fine. Come on, man. Please. Almirage. Oh, Almirage! No, we had it! I deserve to die. Please top deck. Please. Yeah, I deserve that. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I had... Nah! I forgot we had Almirage for that. I forgot we had Almirage. Yeah, that's my bad. Okay. Dude, I didn't even realize with the Almirage we had so many ways to win that game. Ah, that's so cringe. Well, can't really complain about that one because that was my fault. Ah. Genuine question. Why is Kieran semi-limited again? Of course. Of course you're not afraid of me summoning Garunix. Of course you just attack the Olkinix. That's not even good for you, like, in normal circumstances. Why would you... Huh? Okay. Well, I got all the important stuff twice, so feel free to take SP, I guess. They could take one Promethean now and the second one later, but this deck does not really care. Yeah, there's SP. Man, my position sure would be nice if I had a different card in hand and this thing on my field right now. It sure would be so much better of a position to be in. Well, Typhon is life, at least. That is something. That is worth something. Oh, let's go. Okay, that's neat. Dude, these straws are so criminal, dude. Okay. Imperm column, by the way. Yeah, well, they also have an Imperm, probably, is the thing. If I activate Fire King Island and pop my Garunix, I will get kind of destroyed by that birth. What if I make Typhon first? Then I can't do anything this turn. I can normal summon. No. Fire King Island. If I pop Fuva at Olkinix, normal summon Olkinix, they imperm, I imperm back. They can birth pop my graveyard later. That's fine. Yeah, okay, let's try this. Ash in hand? They don't have Ash in hand. They would have ashed my Maxi. Why not imperm now? Why would I? This might as well. This could also just be like a Sulliek or something. I might not have to do it. Because if they start imperming, I can always chain my imperm to it. You could have used the secret second effect. Yeah, but then I don't get engine. Okay, so right now I am gonna make the, I can make the rank 8. Do I even have to make the rank 8? Not really. I kind of want to get rid of Cashier Birth. If I pop Kirin here, pop Kirin, revive Volcanix. Back. What is this? Yeah, let's chill. I don't run Heat Soul, and I don't think you would make Heat Soul here. I think Princess is better. If I activate... I mean, do I care about Engraver, even? Engraver... They don't even have a way to put it into the graveyard again. Like, this is not a problem. No, this is fine. They didn't even shuffle back Requiem. The extra deck is a little weird because on the one hand, it's got some extravagance numbers, like 3 rank 8s. On the other hand, extravagance is limited, so maybe we just take out the second Hita. I also don't know if we need Lina in the TCG. Dinka's list had Lina, but I think that's mainly because stealing Detonator is very good. So like it could be worth it to like normal summon an effect veiler, steal a Detonator with it. Like that could be worth it, but I don't know if it's worth it in Master Duel right now, because the only thing you'd be stealing with Lina is like a Fiendsmith card, but you can't do much with it. It's neat to be able to link with the Nibiru and then potentially make a Promethean Princess with it, though. Sure. The gang's all back. Look at all those chickens. Let's look at the extra deck real quick. Hold up. So far, we've only lost to Tenpai twice, and one of them should have been a win if I didn't misplay like crazy by forgetting Almirage exists. What is a card that we could potentially use? Instead of the second Hita, because I don't think it's worth it to play 2 Hitas because of 1 Extravagance. Maybe Ambluwhale, but I'm not sure if I want to even make Ambluwhale most of the time. Linkaribo, I don't think is necessary. I mean, so far, I haven't missed anything either yet, is the thing. Doolittle Chimera? Maybe Doolittle Chimera is interesting, because doesn't that potentially also recycle? That can also recycle Kirins in a pinch. Maybe I'll try a Doolittle Chimera. Maybe you gotta play like the Chimera and the Sunlight Wolf, because Master Duel only has 2 Kirins. Yeah. Main deck wise, I'm honestly almost tempted to put in a second island, because opening with those cards seems so crucial. I'm not sure how much I even like Nibiru right now in Master Duel. It's like fine, I guess, but you could also play a third Druid Worm instead of the Nibiru. Like 3 Vistials is kind of low. We haven't made use of the Berong yet at all either, so I don't know if I want that one. But for now, I think this deck should not be 41 cards because it is struggling with consistency a little bit, but because I don't know exactly what I want to take out yet, I will just add the second island for a little consistency boost without cutting anything for it at this point, but we'll see. We can cut Extravagance. In a deck that almost does not care about losing stuff from the extra deck, you want to cut Pot of Greed. Like, I know it's a one-of, but why are you cutting a draw 2 card? Like, is there a reason you don't play Prosperity? There, believe it or not, there is I have a very good reason for not playing Pot of Prosperity, yeah. It is banned in Master Duel. Okay, I banished both Prometheans. We have to craft a third Promethean. I'm in shambles. Okay. We have drawn 4 normal summons. Isn't that cool? 4 normal summons, huh? Yeah, if this Barong was the third copy of Kirin, we would actually be big chilling right now. Okay, so I mean, no matter what, like, attempt. Can I please? I can. Okay. Sure. Let's pop Barong and add. So what's the worst thing that could happen? Maxi, we have Ash Blossom for. I already have Ponix. That's going to summon out and get me Sanctuary Island. I think I can add Kirin now. Change to level 8, sure. No Maxi either. Okay. Droll is the worst? Yeah, but against Droll, it was still best to grab the Kirin, right? For their turn. Actually, was that true? Maybe not. Okay, and now going to use Island to destroy. Dude, I have so much. Destroying Arvata. Or just destroying Kirin. Just destroying Kirin seems fine. Add this. Kirin. I'm not super happy with my placement here. I don't think Arvata and Garunix should occupy those 2 zones. I would have rather been able to make... I guess I can bring back the dude. Fine. So this... Then... Oh, I banished my Anima as well. I forgot about that for a second. I guess we'll make SP then, under the Sunlight Wolf. So we add back one of the Kirins. Fine. And then, because there's no Promethean, yeah, okay. Pass. Yeah, we lost both Prometheans, but that's because I didn't want to craft a third. I was greedy. We probably should have had a third. And then Barong adds weak. Probably Ponix. Get that back into rotation. This is okay. This is still a pretty decent amount of disruptions, right? We've got SP, Arvata, Veiler, Ash, and all of our, you know, graveyard interactions, Sanctuary into rank 8 later and stuff. Not bad. If you had 3 Prometheans, it would have banished all 3. You know what? You are actually right, because the card I would cut for it is probably the Doolittle Chimera, and guess what? That's also gone. So yeah, you are probably right. I would have banished all 3. Now, I don't... Because I'm looking at my extra deck, and there's still both Garunix. There's two Garunixes, and so I don't think I care about Kashtira Unicorn. I'm gonna have it. Not even gonna banish it with SP Little Knight. If you want to go battle phase and attack SP, be my guest. Oh, it's pure Kashtira. Okay, well, Theosis is not very good against SP. Still have to go battle phase first. Every time Josh defends a card, that card immediately... It is true, right? Like, someone said, like, you should cut Pot of Extravagance. And I'm like, you shouldn't do that. And then first game after is like the first time we draw it and it's like not good. The thing is, though, the thing you have to realize is like, it's definitely worth it because it's not even bad here. Like, we've drawn 2 cards from it, which could have baited their Ash Blossoms, or we could have drawn an extender because we only had normal summons. And it's still a completely fine position. Like, it's not bad here. Add a Kashtira trap. I mean, it's Kashtira, right? How much are they gonna do still for the rest of this turn? Like, how much, realistically, how much is happening? It's very cool to end on Sunlight Wolf. Because I can now summon into its zone again. I really like this, actually. The Sunlight Wolf is the only card in Ka's Extract, and I'm like, I don't really understand why that's not there. I think that card is so good. I don't know which card I even care about banishing at this point. I guess Skyburn. Yeah, okay. That's a 2 of anyways. That's okay. Activate. Activate. Ponix from deck. Sunlight Wolf. Gotta make sure to loop that Kirin. Can't run out. No. No. Bro sure has got a lot of pushes. Let me guess, Kashtira Birth? I hate Kashtira players. I hate them with a burning passion. For the love of God, die! Jesus Christ. Yeah, add your unicorn back to your hand. It was gonna, like... Oh, man. Take... How? What the hell was even that? They remembered! Arise Out is such a stupid ass card, man. Ja, danke. Danke. They needed to first action pop Skyburn. No, they couldn't do that because of Typhon. They needed to first action Birth Revive. That's what they needed to do. It sucks. I also can't revive with the Garunix here because of my own Typhon, but can't really complain about that too much. Get wrecked, dude. Absolutely obliterated. I mean, I could have searched that. I was guaranteed that card. I was guaranteed the island, but it just feels good to draw it anyways. Oh, I had one in grave again. Oh, because it was under the Garunix. Fine. Yeah, whatever. Game either way. None of this is necessary, but I want to do it anyways. Their hand was crazy. I think, by the way, I think the most frustrating card in Kashtira is Kashtira Birth. Because it's always the one they have. After you deal with their stuff, it's always the one like, oh, look, I top decked Kashtira Birth. Or last card in hand was Kashtira Birth. Always, dude. And it was like that when it was meta in the TCG like 2 years ago. It was always like, oh, I can out their board. I can beat the Arisart once. I can make a little board through their stuff. You know, it takes my entire hand, but I can play. And it's like, oh, Birth. Dude, stop summoning that card against me. I can't see it anymore. You can keep summoning that card. That's fine. Bertha. All right, we toggle game now. Toggle gaming. When's the best spot to nib? Okay, well. Sure. Nibiru is such a weird card in Master Duel, specifically because it's like sometimes you'll have people open like this and they will play into Nibiru like crazy. Other times you play against Exodia that never plays into it, Tenpai that never plays into it. It's so awkward. Nib after Lacrima? It depends a little bit. I think I guess. Because Nibiru on summon of sequence wouldn't do anything. we have to do it here, because otherwise... Oh, we don't have to do it yet. Okay, they go for tracked. That's fine. Get rocked. How big? 26 defense. 28. Fuller is 200 attack, 400 defense. Okay. So the Snake Eyes Diabell Star can come out the spell Trap Zone. They should have put like a good card there. Why'd they put Snake Eye Diabell Star? What the hell? Normal summon Ash. Oh yeah, 2 normal summons is my favorite thing to do in Master Duel. When the game just lets you normal summon twice in one turn. That's my favorite bug. No! They didn't even temple. Yeah, I don't know exactly why they didn't temple. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they did not temple. Because, I mean, surely the extra body is worth something. Because, I mean, it's a fire. It would have been a fire monster, so they could have made Hita now. So they genuinely would have still had an SP to banish the Nibiru and stuff like that. It was not... That's the crazy part about all of this. They played into Nib full force, and their hand wasn't even that good, but they still should have made... They should have, like, Hita, bring back my Ash, make SP, banish the Nibiru and stuff like that. They still should have had a good line here. Somewhat good line, considering I had to Nibiru and Ash them. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm the best. Okay, I think I attacked the IP first, though. Just for good measure. Nice IP. It's not that bad for them to make that IP Masquerena, because it does kind of force me. It does kind of force me to go battle phase first, which is not a bad thing to force someone to do, because it makes sure you survive. And you got Engraver, so it's not that bad. Genuinely, it's probably better than an SP there. Ooh, oh, okay. I'm annoyed by that. I'm annoyed by that card. That's like probably the worst thing they could have for me there. Probably the worst thing they could have for me. Ooh, the Lina. The Lina is neat right here, isn't it? Let me think this through. I do want to get rid of the birth is also a problem. I kind of want to make, I definitely want to make Promethean Princess. I need that in the graveyard. Dark. I can dark their IP Masquerena. I do have SP in my deck. If I dark their IP Masquerena, like I make Anima, but then I can't really Promethean Princess. Do they have a fire? Not yet. Sunlight Wolf. Sunlight Wolf. Add back Ash. Make Promethean Princess. Revive Olkinix. But then this stays. Lina. I'm kind of tempted. Oh, this is difficult. Lina, activate effect. Revive your engraver. I might keep that. I might keep that if I can. I'll see. So here. Promethean. Yeah, I know I can bring back the Grunix. I'm just trying to figure out the perfect thing before I commit to it. This activates. Op Kirin. Kirin brings back Onyx. Destroys Snake Idea Bellstar. Make Sunlight Wolf. Make Anima. Sunlight Wolf. Add back Ash Blossom. I'm not that afraid of the Kashira Birth because I have Promethean Princess in the graveyard. So, like, that does not technically do anything. I'll still play Sanctuary because I can get to 2 level 8s. The only thing this does mean is if I want to keep the Engraver around, I could... I'll banish the Engraver. I'll banish the Engraver. Okay. Yes. Typhon on Engraver. Typhon on Engraver is fine. Yeah. But then I don't have SP on the board. And I don't... that's fine too. I don't hate that idea either. I mean, but this way, like, look, they've got a Birth and a random card. I've got SP Banish, Ash Blossom, Promethean in the graveyard with Garunic set up. Like, I don't know how they beat that. I do not know how they beat that. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about the Nibiru. I don't know how to feel about the Nibiru because I'm not sure. It's like in this matchup, it can be very, very good. That's game. Why do you summon that even? Okay. Why are you not exploding? It is a singular Druid's Worm. Typhon. You know my cards have effects, right? No, not the Olkinix. I'll save it. You know what? I'll save it. Save the Olkinix at all costs. Okay. GG. Deck is not bad. Ooh. It's a I can afford to normal summon Arvata kind of hand. I like that. I think legitimately there was one thing they could have done to make Fire King, like pure Fire King, actually like a top deck in the game. And that was if they gave it better Beast Warriors. Like one consistency Beast Warrior target. Like let's say if Ponix or Olkinix was a Beast Warrior and you could play Tanky in this deck as a consistency card, or to use like if you already have a combo, you can like Tanky for Arvata. That'd be broken. That'd be broken. That'd be insane. Goodbye, Ponix. Guessed why? That's why they didn't do it. I mean, yeah, probably. It's probably fine. I like, but it's just like this deck. I like this deck so much in so many different aspects about it. I just adore. The only thing that it doesn't have, from my perspective, is enough consistency. Like I wish it just had that little extra bit of consistency. That's what I wish it had. So I kind of want to get this one in rotation by popping the Olkinix. But then I don't have access to Kirin at all yet. I can pop it on their turn, I guess. I think if I'm supposed to channel my inner Dinkabui, I think this is the end board, right? I think it doesn't go further than this normally. I think I don't make anything here normally. Like I think this is just what's happening, right? Yeah. This full combo. Tengenjin. Oh, cringe Zodia, man. Cringe Zodia. Probably. That's 40 cards. Fine. Let's see if they have to pay life points for this. Could be Snake Eye, yeah. Okay, they pay for it. That's good. You will pay for this. Golem. No. Definitely not Exodia then. Yeah, they probably would have searched the Ankh immediately, right? Probably just Snake Eye. Do they typically play all three? Do they play the shield as well? Yes? Okay. Moon. Moon. Well, I don't think I'm incentivized to use my Fire King disruptions on the Fiendsmith cards because I do have a Druid Worm in my hand. So I feel like I should not do that. Pay 4k to make Moon. I mean, it's fine. In the Snake Eye deck, though, those cards are very good. The only downside is that you have to play some bad cards for it as well. Like the Wedju Temple is not a great starter at all. So I think those cards are good in this deck, but Gabier, thank you for the 14 months. Also Nabi3, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you for the subs. So Fiendsmith Engraver trying to send one of my monsters. I don't care about this. I like how this deck, it's not that easy to force this deck to use its disruptions. You can hold it for relatively late. Like even here, they're trying to pop my Arvata, but like bro is gonna come back later. Like I can let this happen. Arvata is gonna come back. Okay, that's gonna be Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon, I think. Yeah. And that'll be Fire King Sanctuary. Okay, well, now I can't Bestial the Engraver. Alright, bro's got everything. That's crazy. Yes. Ooh, Deception. Okay. I was expecting original here. That's a lot weaker to the Skyburn. Do they already have OSS? I mean, dude, if they've got everything, yeah, they will push through this. Like, yes. If they've got all of that and more, then yeah, we're not going to be able to beat it. But we still got a decent amount of stuff left, you know? Like we still got Arvata. We still got Garunix in the graveyard. Like, we're not out of stuff yet. And we've got follow-up, and we've got a Druid Sperm to try and survive. But all this, it might end up not being enough, you know? They have not normal summoned yet, after all, which is crazy after all the things they've already done. They still have Wanted Draw. They still have Engraver. So they're basically 4 cards in hand. Plus Engraver already. Oh, they're playing White Forest. Okay, that explains the deception. I thought it was Snake Eyes. This makes my Druid Swarm live, which I'm very happy about. Using Arvata on this is very dangerous, I think. If they already have... Yeah, I don't think I should. Yeah, I want to negate that one. No. Absolutely no. Handbook. Their hand's insane. Their hand is absolutely batshit crazy. They got all the disruptions. Okay. But see, do you... Like, my board was very, very minimal, right? Like, my board wasn't even that crazy. What was it? It was... I ended on Sanctuary, Skyburn, Island, Arvata... Like, I summoned 3 times. And then in my hand, what was there? There was one Druis Worm. Was that my only non-engine? It was just the Bestial, right? There was no, like, Asher, Valor, or Imperm or anything like that. Your hand was decent? No, but, like, I'm not saying my hand was bad. I'm just saying, like, it's very surprising how much mileage you can get out of this deck's stuff. That it doesn't look like much. We didn't go through all the hoops to, like, you know, oh, we want to make, like, Promethean Princess. We want to Ambler Whale, all that. You don't have to do all that. You know, because, yeah. This deck's it's pretty dope. How much you can do with so little in this deck. Because you use it efficiently. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, you do have to, like, sequence your disruptions well if you want to use this deck to its maximum potential. Because sometimes, like, otherwise it becomes weird. But yeah, I think the key with this deck that my main takeaway so far is that you gotta hold your disruptions. You gotta know when you have to actually use your things. You don't want to throw your stuff at the first possible stuff they do. Because, yeah, you can, like... I could have used Arvata on the Seng engine in that game. Or I could have used Skyburn as soon as they had, like, some stuff in the Spell Trap Zone that they were trying to summon out. But I think, like, knowing how far you can let your opponent play until you, like, nuke him with the Skyburn or nuke him with the Garunix is very, very crucial to gathering as much information as you can about their hand, and also, like, get rid of as many once per turn kind of things that you can, right? I think a good example from that last game was when they tried to use Engraver to send the Arvata from field to graveyard. I feel like a lot of people would have used the Arvata there to stop that or anything, but, like, I think the key there is you're not forced to do that because you know the Arvata is coming back anyways. Like, you're not worried about losing the Arvata there because you got, like, a million ways to bring it back. Like, even if they have, let's say they have Called by the Grave to stop the Arvata from coming back off of the Garunix, well, it's gonna come back off of the other Garunix destroying Kirin anyways, you know? So, like, you always, like, you're creating so many layers and so many ways to bring your stuff back from the graveyard. It's very cool. And it's very fun to play as well. Like, those games are close, right? They feel like you are on the edge of, like, losing to those decks, like this matchup that we just had, or the Cash Shiro one from earlier, where they actually can play into your board, and if they have a good hand, like, they'll do a decent amount of pushing, but your deck ends up coming out on top a decent amount of the time. But it is very fun. Let's add a third princess just because we did end up banishing 2 with the thing earlier. No royal, unfortunate. All right. Very quick PP break. I'll be right back. Okay. So far, I don't think I want to make any changes. The only, I think the only extra deck card that is somewhat debatable is the Lina. I think everything else has its purpose. But I don't even know what I would replace the Lina with, to be honest. I don't think we need Link Karibo. Maybe the second Almirage in case of Extravagance. Like, I think Extravagance, like, Almirage and Sunlight Wolf are probably the next important extra deck monsters to me after the three ofs. Yeah. Would you cut Barong? We haven't used it much yet, have we? We haven't used it much. I just feel like Barong is a nice card to draw if you don't brick, because then, like, it's just the best, one of the best cards to pop off of your... We play 5 copies of Fire King Island, which is more than what Dinka played in Birmingham, because I feel like we have to do that. I feel like the deck is not consistent enough without the pot of extravagances if you don't add more copies of Fire King Island. Unfortunately, I think, like, yeah, sometimes you can draw multiples of these, but, like, you have to find access to these cards, right? So, and I think with those 5 cards, the Barong makes more sense because it's a great first pop off of those. Yeah. What about Nadir Servant? I don't like it in Master Duel as much because it's just a 2 of. I would have liked it more if you could play 3 copies for consistency's sake. I don't like the ratio of 2 servants and 1 thingy. Why 2 Typhon? The extra deck is mainly because of extravagance that way. All right. Would have bricked going first anyways. That's the smart way to brick. Just brick going second. Just brick going second. I gamble, you lost. It's always... I think I've played against this player a lot and it's always tier elements. See, he's great here. I'm happy we drew Barong right now. It's a decent card. Sharon, Engraver, Scream, Rhino Heart. Okay. They will... Oh, they activate Sharon. Okay. Not bad for us. Oh, draw. Why not Maxi on the Fusion Summon? Because that gives Tearlaments a very easy way to just go Kid Kalos, search, trap card, pass, and I don't want that. Okay, we didn't really need that island, but sure. They got Royal everything. Okay. Okay. I might not pop the Barong here because it's my only fire monster. Because, I mean, what am I going to do? Pop Barong, search Ponix or Garunix. If they negate it with Ruklos, I just lose. I think I pop Valor. I think I pop Valor and search Ulcanix. Or Nib. Okay, we try to dodge this. Hopefully they don't have Salik plus crime. And I think it's the birth. Could be the set card too, just in case it's not crime. Because if it's not crime... But getting rid of this in the long run is very good. Nice. Could be Super Poly. It could be. I'm not that worried about Super Poly though, to be honest. So pop Barong here. Grab Garunix, I think. I chain Garunix here, they're just going to negate it. Yeah, I can't chain block it because of TCG, because of OCG rulings. Fine though. No. I don't mind having it in the graveyard. Okay, they missed. Okay. I will take my draw 2 here. I think. I need a fire monster. That's awful. I think I die. Most likely. I needed a fire monster because Barong is going to be able to search Kirin here, which would have been really good. I needed a... I mean, I'm not dead yet. They need to put more damage out on the board, which I have some things to do against that, but... we'll see. Blurry. Yeah, that's game. I can't prevent anything here. Don't you have Almirage there? Well, I already normal summoned. Couldn't you swap island? And what's that supposed to do? Yeah, very annoying. I think we win that if we draw a fire monster, because we can imperm the Rukalos or and Valor the Dragostapelia. Like our end board is actually almost unbreakable if we have another fire monster there, because like the Garunix jumps out the graveyard, pops Kirin from the deck, brings back, we can make rank 8 and all that. Like it's just the difference between having a fire and not having a fire there is so big. Maybe I'm supposed to play around Super Poly and just leave my Garunix on the field. Not trying to out the Rukalos there. Alright, well. Maybe I'm supposed to normal Fuva and make Almirage before I pop. Because now I'm thinking, what am I adding here? Like, Ponix into Skyburn is not good enough, I don't think. Volcanix threatening to pop Ash is, I think, the play. But I think it was probably normal Fuba. But this ends up being fine. This is okay. Because I get to keep the Ash now. I'm trading Fuva for Imperm. I got 3 non-engine. I got follow-up. I got a card that's hard to beat. This is not bad. If I normal... It's actually better this way than if I normal summon the Fuva. Because if I normal Fuva, make Almirage, I island pop, I add Garunix, they Imperm the Garunix, I also pass on nothing. But it's backed up by a lot of non-engine. I cannot see this card anymore. I really cannot. Like, can this card just stop existing? The amount of Fuvas being normal summoned is very funny to me. It's actually not that bad for this deck in particular, because you don't care that much about the extra deck rip from it. So like that's fine. That part about it is fine. Now I have Magnamut for the Fiendsmith stuff. However, I'm still kind of tempted to Ash here. Because I just don't really want to bother with it over... Like, I don't want to be forced to nib so early. I would like to nib after they do something else, you know? Actually, they already normal summoned. Maybe... But if they can't play further and they just end up attacking, then I'm also fine with that. Then I'll just, like, keep the nib for later. In this case, it's fine. Sure. How is Kurikara as a board breaker and another fire? Kurikara is not very good right now. You're not breaking boards with that card. There's no board that loses to Kurikara. They all just win anyways. In TCG, it's a little bit better right now, Kurikara. A little bit. Is there any format in which Kurikara was really good? It's just a lackluster card? No, Kurikara is a good card. It was very good in... It was very good in Tearlament format, in Kashtira format. I guess they do know I have something now, but I'm not really afraid of them just passing on this, so I'll just go end phase Magna, banish the Requiem if they just pass. The problem, essentially, that I have here is that even if I Magnamut their Engraver here, they can Kashtira Birth, revive Unicorn, and threaten Appaloosa. So... Oh, they already used Birth. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Then the Magnamut here is really good. Never mind. The Magnamut here is really good then. I forgore. Which means the most threatening thing they can do is SP on my Fire King Island. Which is annoying. Because that leaves me with very little follow-up. Maybe I should have nibbed instead of Magnamut then. I was just afraid of them having another extender. Alright, the Kashtira Birth is my biggest concern here. As it always is, I just hate that card. Why didn't we nip? Because this is a free clear anyways. I'm not worried at all about this SP Little Knight. And I don't have game no matter what. Like, I'd rather hold nip for their follow-up turn. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're just grinding here, dude. There's not much else to do. Like, normal summon. There's no target for Hita. Dark for SP probably just gets impermed, and then Dark does not have a search target in my deck anyways. It could be Called by the Grave very well, because they haven't had... Wait, they used Called by last turn. They could have a second copy, likely also for it to just be imperm. I think we're just passing. I mean, the Kashtira Birth versus Druid's Worm is like, they just trade, right? They just attack and then both die, and then the Birth is going to bring it back the turn after again, which is very annoying, but we can draw out of it, I suppose. How about win for Unicorn? Well, I can't make win because I don't... I mean, I only Fuvalos is the wind I have. Like, I can't really make win. Even if it has targets. Okay. The World of Druid's Worm had 2,501 attack point. Okay, we're a little bit on a timer now. But we've got outs. That is not one of them. That is terrible. The worst thing about Effect Veiler is it doesn't even make my life easier in future turns. Like, it doesn't even give me... Like, if this was a Skyburn or something, that'd be a dead card right now, but it would make sure that if I draw a Fire King card, I'm cooking. Veiler does not help at all. I think they're just taking the Royals at this point. Just to be annoying. They're probably going to take Hita now, so that's all the Royals out of my extra deck. Yep. You don't... This does not even have a target! What are you worried about Hita for? What is this? I'm not... Why am I losing to one Kashtira Unicorn? Yeah, okay, in hindsight, if I knew I wouldn't have drawn a good card for 3 turns. Then I would have summoned the Nib just to apply some pressure. I thought it was more likely I would need it for their follow-up. I don't know. I think that one I played too scared. I think that one I played too scared because I didn't... Like, I should have probably just Nibiru'd them during their Fiendsmith combo instead of using the Magnamut. But I was a little scared of, like, Deception last card in hand, and then it cooks me. I don't know. Because the SP Banish Island is the one that ruined me. I should have maybe tried to prevent that. Because the island was my guaranteed follow-up, and they had already normal summon. So, like, the only card that really cooks me is... I mean, that's the problem, though. There's, like, 3 Diabell Star, 1 Wanted, 3 Deception. There's a lot of cards that can cook me, even without the normal summon. I don't know. Yeah. Tough. Bro, none of these hands play when I go first. They might just pass. Okay, good. Ash. Well, good. Not super happy about this, but we probably just lose to this. This deck is so hard to stop sometimes without Maxi or Fuva. Like if they got it, they rip through everything. Interesting, they fuse with it. Misclick? I don't know. I would think so. This does not seem ideal. It really doesn't. The problem is the Nibiru won't do much here unless I can somehow force them to negate my Druid Worm with the Ilia Sylvia. I don't think I want to nib them before the Ilia Sylvia hits the board because they got so much stuff left to do, right? Like if, let's say they add Deception now, they add Hollowed. If I nib before they can summon Ilia Sylvia, they get a token. They can still summon Ilia Sylvia to stop my Druid Worm, and then I just get cooked. I'm pretty sure. What's the point of Nibiruing here? Genuinely. What's the point? I Nibiru, they get a token, they tribute the token to add Hollowed, and they just... It's so awkward. Because they still got so much else, but... The thing is, the moon forces me to Nibiru anyways. Technically. How is Pure Fire King going? It's going fine. We've climbed with it. We're over 1600 now. We would have won at least one game if I didn't misplay. More than what we already did. But it's overall positive. It's decent. It's a little bricky for my liking. Too bricky for my liking. That's the only downside. Like, the hell is Azamina Debtors? Eh? Eh? Okay. Fire monster. Yes. That's good. Quick effect fusion? Yeah, no, I know what the card does. I'm just confused by the line they took. I understand the effect of the card. I just... Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, so... Why do I care if they summon Ilya Sylvia here? I can't just attack it. After all. What? Target a card. Okay, well, I mean, sure. I guess we'll change that. Which one is woes? Do I know which one is woes? That here. Is it good to force the woes out now? Or do I want to hit an unknown? Let's force out woes. Yeah. That's fine. But you gotta chain Sylvie to that, otherwise you can't synchro. And I'm a Druid Swarm that. Oh, that's so good that that resolves. Oh, that's such a massive chain. Because they can summon a level 4 or 2 here, but they cannot, like, yeah, they summon a Sylvie to get the LZ back and follow up. Like, very good. Okay, so this. Runic? Wait, they didn't activate Sylvie? Oh, they got no targets left? Okay, that's good. Hmm. But that means the set card is probably the fusion spell if they play that, right? It's negated? No, that's the one from Woes. Sylvie is not negated if it's off Woes. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Humo, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate you. Okay, card in hand is LZ. Set card is unknown unless I'm forgetting something. Good damage, good progress. I thought about banishing the deception with SP, but then I don't have a fire to pop. Is fire to pop really that necessary since Kirin is under call by? I mean, yeah, I have a Promethean and a Garunix in the graveyard. I need those to be able to play the game in future turns. If I just go SP and they run over it, I have nothing. Okay, so I know, okay, they showed me the card they've drawn. They tributed Sylvie for Deception, meaning the last card in their hand is... The last card in their hand is LZ. I think I lose this. Right? Because I guess they're out of Sylvies. Do you not play Zealantis OTK line? I don't, and I also did not have it there. That is not enough monsters to do that. Agora, I have a balance prediction planned for tomorrow for TCG. Tuners where? Well, they're out of Sylvies. They're out of Sylvies. So I think in some ways, the Sylvie was the worst draw in their deck there. Oh, Big Chaos Angel. What's my answer to Big Chaos Angel? Oh, Skyburn. Okay, yeah. Do I have to out it now? I think I can let the Chaos Angel chill and just make a strong board. You kill if you do. Oh, I forgot they're on 38. Oh, I didn't see they're on 38. I thought they were full still. I forgot I already attacked them for a bunch. That's fine though. That's not a big deal. I think we can probably win regardless. So fetch. 5. Yeah, it was guaranteed because I had enough. Damage, fine though. My Omni now. Anything I need to banish from their graveyard? Not really, right? Huh. Hollowed? Hollowed without having a sinful spells is not a problem. They're going to be so disappointed because at this point, basically, I can put myself into their position 100%. They think I don't have a second Skyburn because one is in the graveyard. And they were like, well, if they had it, they would have won guaranteed last turn. And now they're like, oh my god, he was so bad. Why didn't he go for it last turn? I thought he didn't have another one. I feel you, dude. I'm sorry. I should have done this last turn. I just wanted to do some fancy stuff. Leave me be. I gave him hope. All right, I got my lunch. I got my lunch. So let's watch that Jesse video you guys were asking about. We switched off pure? No, we didn't. We just stole the Ilya with the dark. All right, Kessie, Jotun. Ryziel is frustrating. Can you do a Twitter thread for the ban list discussion tomorrow? What, like ask people for their opinions? We might do that. Okay. For today's lunch break, we're watching a Jesse video called Ryziel is Frustrating. With maybe I was wrong about Ryziel in the thumbnail. Probably referring to the video I don't know exactly when that video happened, a while ago at this point, where Jesse joined the Cybers hating crew and said basically, I think the gist of the last video in this series can be described as Malice bad, Ryziel fine. So maybe apparently he's changed his mind, which I wonder what the reasoning for that is, because I still think Ryziel is a fine deck. It is powerful, so maybe it's just a matter of deck that's powerful has been around for too long at this point.
A few weeks back, I made a rant video about my disdain of Malice, and people were pretty divided over what I had to say. A big talking point in the discussion is how I felt that the Malice board was not breakable. It was just an unmanageable amount of resources and disruptions met with a lot of follow-up, which to me felt like a recurring problem of last year with Yubel and Snake Eyes. And while my opinion on that matter hasn't changed that much, there were
okay, good. We still agree. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Many people in my comment section saying that I was a hypocrite for disliking Malice when Ryziel Fiendsmith was in some way pretty similar, being very strong with very good endfields and good follow-up. That is true, and also further exacerbated with the release of Eclipse Twins and Supreme Darkness, which further makes the field stronger, as well as it gives the deck even better follow-up. And you can do this all with just a Bonfire or an Ice Ryziel.
That's a fair point. The initial discussion about this topic, I feel like, happened before Eclipse Twins was a thing, when it was like, yeah, the detonator is powerful, but if you have an out to it, well, you know, one card to out the detonator was sufficient to be able to not have to worry about it. Now it's different, because if they full combo into a detonator with Eclipse Twins attached, one out will no longer do it. And I think that is a fair point.
And in many ways, that feels just like Snake Eyes.
In many ways, I feel like Ryziel before Eclipse Twins was at a power level where I thought it was fitting for a quote-unquote best deck in the format. Like, it was manageable to the point where, you know, there were outs to its boss monsters. It didn't have crazy amount of Omni negates and stuff like that. And I was fine with it. Now that the Eclipse Twin has been added to it, and also now that, like, people are playing it together with Fiendsmith basically almost exclusively, it is getting a little bit more powerful than what I would like to be. I still don't hate Ryziel, but I do kind of understand why people find it just a tad bit too powerful. It feels like the kind of deck that with a slight slap on the wrist could be like a fine best deck in the format again. But yeah.
Extension being relatively simple, where, oh, Ice gets impermed, summon Sword. My reason for protecting Ryziel, or rather not hating it to the same degree that I would these past decks, is to me playing the Ryziel mirror match, it felt more manageable. Largely in part when you had X Ryziel on the backswing, after you were able to weaken your opponent's field even slightly, the game felt somewhat winnable. X Ryziel into Mirror Logic Aggregator was, and still is, a powerful enough interaction point going second that it makes specifically Ryziel mirror matches more tolerable. And because there are still...
I'm more scared about Malice and Mermail. I mean, on the one hand, I agree with you. I do think, I personally, once again, subjective, I rather play against Ryziel than I play against Malice or Mermail, because I just think the concept behind those decks it's just not something I personally enjoy. Trying to win the game off of just making a board that no one can break. But that's also not the point, I think. It's not always about, like, I think people are always, or it's very easy to just deflect an argument. Like, oh, you're complaining about this thing when this other thing exists, which one thing existing that is worse than Ryziel to you does not necessarily mean that Ryziel is okay, or vice versa, or that, like, criticism is not warranted only because there's another thing that also deserves criticism. Do you know what I mean? Like, only because Mermail is a toxic deck does not mean you cannot have criticism for any other deck in the game, because then you always say like, oh, but what about Mermail? Like that's not necessarily, you're not wrong, but it's also not helpful for the sake of like discussing whether Ryziel is a healthy deck or not.
Some clear choke points in the Ryziel deck, like Duo Drive. If your deck is strong enough, you can weaken their field in a specific way that lines up with your strategy. That all made me appreciate Ryziel a little more, because it felt like it had actual silver bullets. It had weaknesses. It had a way to exploit it and get something from it. However, the more I have been exploring other decks, rogue decks in the formats, or even trying to make a budget Blue Eyes deck, I'm finding myself more and more faced with this problem of Ryziel is frustrating. I understand why a lot of people have this opinion that Ryziel is no better than Malice. The truth is, it feels...
I understand where we're coming from here. At the same time, I think that's pretty normal for a trading card game, not even just for Yu-Gi-Oh, but like the higher tiered decks, the quote-unquote best decks in the game, are not supposed to lose to like a budget version of Blue Eyes, which is like you throw together 3 structure decks and you're expecting to beat a better deck in the format. Detonator is probably one of the more outrageous end board pieces, but actually, is it? Because I feel like Detonator, if you compare it to other best decks in the game's history, I feel like Detonator is not the hardest piece to out. Like, I think when decks were making stuff like Appaloosa Baron or something, I think it's much harder to beat that with rogue decks than when it's like a Detonator. Like, it's better than like a Rysard as well. I'll take a Baron over a Detonator any day. Well, if it's just the Baron, then yeah. If it's just the Baron, I agree with you, but it turns out most meta decks that made Baron made more than Baron. The Ryziel deck rarely makes more than the Detonator unless you're playing Fiends with Ryziel, which at that point, I think it's a fair point. I think the Fiends with Ryziel board from a rogue perspective is too hard to break. And I think another card that further exaggerates this problem is Dweller. I think Dweller is genuinely a card we should talk about more, even though it's already being, like, people are asking for Dweller to be banned, but like I think Dweller is a huge part of why Detonator is so powerful. Is if your opponent can make Detonator plus Dweller, like, you don't even have a choice but to like commit cards into Detonator that will not trigger in the graveyard. Like, normally one way you could outplay a Detonator is by like playing cards you know, with that have graveyard effects. Josh defending Ryziel with full power Snake Eye was worse is not how you usually debate. Yeah, I didn't say anything of like that in your band, because I hate when people twist the words in my mouth. Like, you're just not actually trying
here in some sort of way. And it's a big reason why I have a complicated relationship with Ryziel. It has good aspects to it, but also still has flaws that mean it probably won't be remembered as one of the best formats of all time, best decks of all times, or that fondly in general. And the thing that I think makes it somewhat related to tier is the aspects of the deck, the, you know, general gameplay mechanics, and the boss monster, in this case Ryziel Detonator, are so overbearing that very few decks can keep up with it. The fact that extension is so free for the deck and every card replaces itself means that trying to engage Ryziel in a grind game feels almost hopeless, and trying to prevent their field from happening is fine as long as you can deal with a Ryziel Detonator. But Ryziel Detonator is not a card that decks can just deal with. Ryziel has X Ryziel. X and Aggregator, as I said, deals with Detonator, which makes it not that hard to play into that mirror match scenario. And you can see when you're approaching Yu-Gi-Oh in that fashion, why that seems healthy. But when you are looking at this from every other deck, if I imperm Duo Drive and on my hand is Blue Eyes cards, I think to myself, I don't have a good way of dealing with this. I have to invest several cards of my board into the Detonator. Now, the next solution is just make Typhon, but Typhon requires you to be extremely vulnerable to your opponent's non-engine cards, which in Ryziel is pretty plentiful, as well as it shuts off your ability to do anything else afterwards. So all you're really doing is stalling for more time, at which point you have to back yourself up with defensive cards you can't rely on engine to actually get you across the line. It means you have to have an engine.
Like, So on the one hand, I agree. If you draw Imperm and 5 Blue Eyes cards, you're probably not beating Ryzeal. Like 1 Imperm and 5 Blue Eyes cards will not beat the Ryzeal deck. However, I don't know if I'm ready to call this a problem. I don't know if I'm ready to call my Rogue deck has only drawn 1 Imperm and otherwise like 5 subpar engine cards and is not able to beat the best deck in the format because of it. I don't know if I'm ready to say like, okay, Ryzeal is a problem because that's the case. Because I think usually it's, you gotta draw good cards to beat other good cards, you know? And when your hand has Blue Eyes White Dragon and an Imperm and some like maybe 1 or 2 starters in it, yeah, you're gonna lose. Like, what are you expecting the best deck to do at this point, right? At this point, you're expecting the decks to just pass on nothing after an Imperm? Because I don't feel like Detonator is so. My main takeaway from this is that from a competitive standpoint, I think what he's saying is from a competitive standpoint, Ryzeal is not a huge oppressive deck because other good decks have ways to deal with Detonator, right? Other Ryzeal variants or other decks with sufficient non-engine slots or good engine pushes, like from a competitive standpoint, if you're also playing a competitive deck yourself, you can deal with Detonator as soon as you get into the rogue categories. Detonator becomes very hard to deal with. I think is what I'm getting from this, which is not wrong, but I don't really know if that's something you can really change, because some deck is always going to be the best deck, and the further you go down in quality in terms of decks, the harder it's going to be to deal with those decks. And I think Ryzeal on that scale is not as oppressive because any rogue deck can play Middle Tronus, and that's going to deal with Detonator all the time. I think the argument about Detonator is that it requires specific combinations of hands to be dealt with, like engine pieces in many decks are weak to specifically Detonator's interruption. That is true. That is something like there's a few decks. If you're coming from the perspective of like, oh, I like Centurion. Like, yes, Detonator will gatekeep Centurion like crazy. Detonator will gatekeep any deck where most of its starters are like, or important choke points are field spells, continuous spells, that sort of stuff. Detonator is crazy against that. And that's a fair point. That is frustrating from the perspective of I'm trying to play that sort of deck, right? Primite, some of the Blue Eyes cards, yeah, True Light and stuff like that. Like you cannot play with those decks under Detonator. The problem is there's always going to be like the best deck in the format is always going to have some sort of way of interrupting the opponent, right? Like we've been complaining about like, oh, we don't want the decks to have that many Omni Negates, right? Because Omni Negates are like kind of boring and too easy to use and too powerful. So like they're making other decks with different ways of interruptions. And obviously, there's going to be some decks that are weaker to those interruptions than others. And then it's just an unfortunate situation of like, well, if you cannot deal with Detonator with that specific rogue deck, then you probably just shouldn't play that specific rogue deck at the moment. I think it becomes problematic in the face of Ryzeal when you combine Detonator and Dweller into one deck, because now the top deck in the format basically kills everything that relies on continuous cards, but it also kills everything graveyard related. And if you combine those two things, then all of a sudden you've got like maybe like 75% of rogue decks covered, or maybe even more than that, right? So I wonder if this would be a problem if like I'm gonna take an example of a rogue deck. Let's say Unchained, right? Unchained would probably be completely fine and maybe even good against Ryzeal if it wasn't for Dweller, right? You can definitely build like a board breaker Unchained deck that cooks Ryzeal. I promise you can do that, right? Like you just play board breakers and unchained cards, and you throw board breakers at them, and you unchained, and they just can't stop it. The problem is they just make Dweller, and then that covers both ends, right? That even covers most of your board breakers, because it's not like the Dweller is not something you can out with Talents or Dark Ruler or anything like that. You'd have to have specifically Droplet or something, right? So like you can beat Ryzeal with Engine, but your options are relatively limited if they have access to Detonator and Dweller in the same deck. I think that's something I can definitely agree with. I'm not comfortable, or I don't agree with just calling Detonator itself the problem. It's a powerful card, but I think the way it interacts with most decks is fine. I think there's some decks that suffer more than others, which is natural. But I can definitely see how if you're combining it with Dweller, it becomes like a deck that is oppressive to too many decks in the format. Because think about it this way. If you're combining Dweller and Detonator together, essentially what you have is a Rysart. Because you eliminate Graveyard and you've got removal. I think that's a fair way to look at it. Like a Rysart was a very, very powerful and format warping card that gate kept a bunch of decks because you needed specific outs to it if your deck needed the Graveyard. And this is like Detonator plus Dweller combined is a Rysart at home, essentially, right? So because the deck can do both, it has a similar premise where if Dweller was missing, I think you would see a lot more stuff that would be playable into the Ryzeal deck because it has like just good graveyard effects, so that popping your stuff doesn't matter as much.
That doesn't care about removal that much, or can somehow get the Detonator off the field quickly and efficiently, or you have to have enough non-engine that you can hold off your opponents in the way I said on the first turn, leave them with just a Detonator, but then also have the non-engine required to beat the Detonator. And for most decks, that's not possible. It requires an incredible amount of commitment to mathematically have hands that consistently deal with Ryzeal Detonator. That requires an absolutely enormous amount of hand traps. And then the other solutions is playing hand.
This is not true, by the way. This is not true. If it was just for Ryzeal Detonator, people would not be playing hand traps, because the things that have been said earlier are true. It is hard to hand trap Ryzeal. It is hard to prevent them from making Detonator if you're playing Imperm, Ash, Veiler, Nibiru Droll, and stuff like that. It is not optimal against Ryzeal. The reason why people are doing this is because Ryzeal Fiendsmith has a much higher ceiling than just Ryzeal, and because of decks like Malice. The reason why we're in a hand trap format, or why people are playing this many hand traps, is not Ryzeal Detonator. It just happens that hand traps are required in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the Malices, the Fiendsmiths, and the Mermails of the world. And Ryzeal just works well in that environment because people are not playing, or I mean, people are playing good outs to do a Detonator, but these cards are, Ryzeal exploits these kind of cards. If it was just about Detonator, any rogue deck can activate Ultimate Slayer and the Detonator is gone. That is not a statistically impossible thing to do, to play Metaltron as an Ultimate Slayer in your deck. All right, like the Detonator itself, like is being made out to be much more of a problem than it actually is. I think it's much deeper than this, and there's other things happening that make people play the deck the way they are, and that makes Detonator powerful. But if you're just worried about Detonator, if your rogue deck is fine against everything in the format, but doesn't care about, but really sucks against Detonator, there's a lot of ways to do that. There's a lot of ways to deal with just the Detonator. It's not like you have to perform some statistical miracle to out the Detonator.
Mount hand traps. And then the other solutions.
Isn't that just draw the out like a Rysart? It is. But I think that is, while it's not a great thing, it's also not something that you can solve. Typically, funnily enough, the formats with cards that require you to just draw an out to them are, on the one hand, cards like people hate those kind of situations where you have to have an out to the card, otherwise you lose. But also Kashtira format was a format where it was technically easier to perform with rogue decks, because at least there were outs, right? At least there were outs to those cards. Because if people make super oppressive boards like a full power Tearlament board, that's a board that you can't draw an out to. That's a deck that pushes out rogue decks because you can't beat it with rogue because their deck is not stoppable and not beatable with engine or even most non-engine cards. Like that format was you're forced to play Shifter or Tearlament. Two options. Like that's the sort of stuff that pushes out rogue. Snake Eyes was the sort of deck that pushes out rogue and forces you to play 20 hand traps. Kashtira was not. During Kashtira, I didn't enter a single tournament with Kashtira during the entirety of Kashtira format. I topped multiple YCSs in that format with just decks that I liked. Of course, I had to draw an out to a Rysard, but like turns out in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, your opponent does things, you need to draw answer to those things anyways, no matter what they're doing. At least there are good answers to a Kashtira, a Rysard, or in this matter, a Ryziel Detonator. So in some ways, this whole like, oh, you have to draw an out kind of situation is actually, I think, favorable for rogue decks in some way, shape, or form. I think something that's really hard for people to do right now, especially with rogue decks, is trying to have a split between Detonator is not the only thing you have to draw an out for right now. Detonator is not the isolated problem that people make it out to be. Because if it was, it would be very solvable. The problem is you have to make the split between, you don't only have to worry about Ryziel, you also have to worry about Malice, which is a huge chunk of the format and operates on a completely different level. Like a completely different axis, because you cannot focus your deck around, oh, I'm going to try to play some outs to a Rysard, because then the Malice board just cooks you. The Mermails of this world just cook you, because combo decks are at an incredibly high power level. Decks like White Forest, Mermail, Malice, Memento, those kind of decks are still super powerful, and if you ever start ignoring those decks too much with your main and side deck, then you're just getting cooked by those. So it's just an environment where where Detonator really thrives because people cannot afford to respect it enough. And also because of its pairing with Dweller, I think is when it becomes a little ridiculous. But the situation, like, I don't think it's fair to say Detonator is running out all these rogue decks from even being able to compete.
Is playing hand traps with breakers mix, and you need to have enough of both that you consistently see both cards. And that's kind of what Malice has ended up doing, where the Bestials can act as breakers, as well as cards of Metaltronus and Talons kind of amplify that, as well as a couple other hand traps to make sure that you can kind of prevent the duo drive from going off. Malice is an exception where it's one of the few combo decks that can actually play a large amount of non-engine. And that's the reason why it's probably the only other deck that can succeed in this format at a large scale constantly, no matter the pilot. The more I've kind of seen the format evolve with cards like Gravekeeper Inscription and Barrel from a Different Dimension, it's kind of showed me that if you dedicate spots to Malice, similarly to how you beat Ryziel, you could actually deal with it, although it still is very non-engine reliant. And that is a step in the right direction from where Snake Eyes and Yubel were, where it was just not possible. It kind of showed that Malice only thrives in the way it does, as good as it is the only other deck that can have enough non-engine to keep up, where non-engine is the most important thing right now. It just happens to be a combo type of deck that, if you're not prepared for, because you're preparing for Ryziel, which is the more popular and truthfully the better deck, then you're gonna get caught without a good answer. And as a competitive player, that's obviously frustrating, and that's why Malice has been frustrating. You can't realistically do two things at the same time. You have to just hedge your bets on something, and it may backfire. And that's just not to say you can't edge out wins versus either Malice or Ryziel with the tech cards for the other deck, but it is significantly harder. And it leaves us in a format where Tier was so overbearing that you pretty much had to build your deck directly to counter Tier, or it had to be Tier itself. Nothing else could keep up. It would get suffocated under the raw power of the milling, the shufflers, and so on.
Yeah.
The fact that you couldn't ever access your grave in a reliable fashion because of Dweller.
I find it concerning that we're even drawing a comparison between Tearlament and this format, because I personally don't think they're comparable.
And the shufflers meant that most decks did not stand the chance. You had to play with just field effects, and Tier wasn't bad on the field by any means either. And it almost feels similarly with Ryziel. Detonator pretty much says you can't play on the field. You need a way to deal with Detonator, or you can't summon cards, you can't use spells, you can't do anything impactful. And it's not like Ryziel has no answer to graveyard effects either. It's not like it has this huge weakness. You know, Ryziel Cross obviously demands an interruption because that does give you the safeguard from graveyard hand effects, but also Abyss Dweller, a big problem I brought up before. That means you can't play a heavy engine deck that relies on graveyard effects and get there. And Malice conveniently fits into a deck that can sometimes push with engine. It doesn't need the graveyard, which is a very rare breed. So it's curious to me that Fire King and Mermail have had even some success, given how the odds look to be so stacked against them, given Ryzeal's dominance. And this all leaves a weird taste in my mouth because I don't dislike Ryzeal mirrors. And Ryzeal is interesting in the fact that because of its flexible nature, we've seen several offshoots and builds of Ryzeal, with each having different upsides and downsides, weaknesses and strengths. That element to me is always cool. It always invokes a little more choice, decision. It's not just show up with a pure deck and it's it. However, all those other problems where other decks can't exist means that it can get stale really fast. Even if there's some creativity, there's not much. And that's obviously not a good thing for Yu-Gi-Oh! While my opinions are
I don't know exactly if I'm understanding, like, I don't feel like these things are entirely true, to be honest. I feel like this is trying to cater to a lot of people just in the comments of the previous video who were saying like, oh, how dare you complain about Malice when Ryzeal is out there doing the exact same thing, which is just factually not true. The Ryzeal endboard is nowhere near as strong as like Malice, Mermail, or whatever endboards are. And I don't really know. Like, yeah, it's a good deck. It's the best deck in the format right now, but the way it interacts is not like that hard. Yeah, but the pure structure deck will have issues. Of course, the pure structure deck has issues. If you throw together 3 structure decks, you're gonna lose to the best deck in the game. I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say?
Ryzeal were better before. I am slowly starting to get a little bored of it, and I don't hate the deck, and I'm not trying to drive up animosity towards a detesting of Ryzeal. I'll be ready for the format to end. I don't want it to last forever, and I hope Konami does bring an end to it in a timely fashion, not just keeping it lingering around forever, because it does make other decks almost ineligible. I'd like to explore other themes, some other powerful decks that have come out over the past few months that can't exist without board presence. And
I think if Dweller is banned and the Fiendsmith engine gets a hit, I think we're completely fine. I think we're 100% overstating the power of a Ryzeal detonator from the stance of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, we're looking at this from a very, very casual lens right now, and I mean this in no negative shape or form. It's completely fine to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually, but when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually, you're gonna have a tough time against people that are playing very competitively and are building the best decks in the game. That is always going to be the case. That is not even specific to Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you're gonna have trouble. That is why the decks are rogue decks, right? And I don't even think the gap is particularly big right now between Ryzeal and other decks, because genuinely, if you're trying to do your thing with a rogue deck, all you need to do is activate one card like Metal Tronus or Ultimate Slayer that spins the detonator off the board, and you can start cooking. Yes, you need to draw those cards to out that thing that the deck is doing, but I don't know.
Ryzeal makes it just not existent. Now, one other thing I'd like to add is in all these other formats where they've had very powerful decks, we complained, like Snake Eyes or Yubel, where it seemed too powerful. One important thing that I mentioned was you couldn't really deal with that deck with non-engine. You needed it because you had to get lucky and had to really have a lot of non-engine and hand traps to get there, but breakers wouldn't work, and even then hand traps wouldn't always work either. Ryzeal, at least if you're playing the Ryzeal mirror match, then non-engine can get there a lot of the time, because your engine does at least something meaningful to close the gap and do the rest of the work when you're playing the mirror match. Where, again, that wasn't the case in these past decks. That is where it's a huge improvement.
But like, Blue Eyes also has just won regionals, right? I've seen regional winning Blue Eyes deck lists. I've seen a bunch of regional topping Blue Eyes deck lists. I started to look into Blue Eyes over the last week to get ready to also play it myself and do some deck profiles and stuff like that. And almost every single regional I looked at had Blue Eyes decks performing. Like, it won a couple, it topped here and there. Like it's a new deck that, yes, it is weak to Detonator, but it's completely fine to do well with it. I don't really feel like there is a huge problem right now with Detonator.
But what that does still mean is we're driven by these formats that are incredibly non-engine heavy.
I think Dweller is a lot more of a problem.
It's even more so engine heavy decks struggle. That eliminates a huge amount of the archetypes and playstyles in the game, and I don't love that when that happens. Obviously that can just happen as a result of any higher power format, although it feels like we've had higher power close to tier 0 formats for almost 2 years now, ever since tier, with small breaks in between, but still, for the most part, really didn't have too many choices in the type of deck you wanted to play. And instead, you really have to pick a deck that can fit in around 20 plus non-engine cards. And then a lot of success for your tournament is in how you chose these non-engine cards. And that way it feels similar to Zoo, where Zodiac was also like that. It was an over-powerful engine that was present in many different variants. Mitsurugi Rizal, Draco Zoo, Infernoid Zoo, Fiendsmith Rizal. Still, all these could do well and win. If you weren't playing those engines, very few other decks could keep up. And then on top of that, the biggest key factors in their successes oftentimes is rather just the non-engine that the...
I don't know if engine heavy decks really struggle versus Ryzeal if Dweller is banned. And once again, I think that's the point that I can agree with. I think in the current combination of, if you combine all the things that Ryzeal has at the moment, I can see why it's oppressive, especially from a rogue perspective. That isn't wrong, because a deck that has Ryzeal engine, so it ends on Detonator super consistently. It has the Fiendsmith engine for crazy grind game and follow-up. It's got access to Abyss Dweller, so that's basically ruling out all the engine, because most engine heavy decks just lose to Abyss Dweller. That's just how it is. Most engine heavy decks have a lot of graveyard effects. That's just how it works. And then it also has a decent amount of room for non-engine itself. Like, it checks a lot of boxes. I understand that. It's a good deck. That's why it's the best deck in the format. I think if I'm looking at what is the problem for the format, what is the problem that is not letting rogue decks play the game to the level that they would like, I suppose, I think it's the fact that it just combines all those things together, as well as another problem here is the fact that you cannot really focus down Ryzeal fully, right? And that's another thing. I feel like that's a point where I think that's a good point to finally for rogue players to finally understand what I mean when I say diversity does not always necessarily make a format better. It can be, but it doesn't necessarily do that. Because if Ryzeal was the only deck you had to worry about, it'd be so much easier. It'd be so much easier, and you would not have to play the hand trap mini game against Ryzeal a single time. Like, the Ryzeal deck, no matter what version of it, is like you can play board breakers like crazy against it, and you'd be completely fine. But then you're just gonna get eaten alive by Malice. If you look at side decks right now, most people cannot afford to put in a couple extra Detonator outs for going second. Like, maybe you have like 3 cards versus Ryzeal in your side deck max, because there's other decks in the format that require very, very heavy siding, right? And that makes Ryzeal more difficult to deal with because you can't focus on it. It's harder to focus down Ryzeal because it is not the most played deck by a huge margin. Like, yes, it's the most popular deck, but there's a lot of other stuff you have to worry about, which by itself already kind of like debunks the entire argument of it pushes out all these other decks because Ryzeal exists. Like, there is a lot of other decks right now. There's a lot of other decks that are performing, that are topping. Like, top cut breakdowns are relatively diverse because Ryzeal is not like Tearlaments pushing out all these other decks
utilized. It's not the worst thing for formats. Again, I want to reiterate that this is still a clear improvement from Snake Eye and well, and yes, those non-engines still matter too, but it leaves a very different type of Yu-Gi-Oh than many different formats have come in the past. If Ryzeal the reign ends in a couple months, I'll be happy. It'll be an okay format in my history books, and I'll be happy to move on from it. I'm just worried that the game will suffocate, and that Ryzeal persists for too long. Then we get stuck in a kind of Groundhog's Day of non-engine being the necessity to win tournaments and Rhizo mirrors being the be all and end all.
It bothers me that every time we're mentioning this, Ryziel requiring a lot of non-engine, it's just a bunch of hand traps being slammed on the table, most of which are not in people's decks because of Ryziel.
All of the game. I know it's funny me saying this, the person who praises tier mirrors, but those were a bit more interesting, truthfully. But even then, I also was done with them by the time that February came of that year.
But that is a general thing. I think it's completely fine. Like to have the feeling of starting to get bored of a deck. I feel like that is just a very individual thing. That is subjective as to how long you enjoy a deck being around. So there's not really much to argue about in that regard. Like if someone says like, okay, best deck in the format is fine, but I want it to change like every month, then yeah, you're gonna get tired of Ryziel really quick. I think another thing that people are more tired of is probably Fiendsmith. I think Fiendsmith is as much as I love the pure Fiendsmith decks, I feel like Fiendsmith just enhancing the ceiling of most of the Ryziel decks just even more, I think is I think maybe that's what makes Ryziel seem too powerful totally, like because I don't think it's Detonator. I really don't think so. Maybe it's just a matter of Jesse's getting bored of Ryziel and just looking for problems where there are no problems really, or like at least not to this degree.
I think nothing for too long is good. Everything must have its limits. So let me know what you guys think. How do you guys feel about
like how long has it been? Like it's been 2 months, right? Like what was the first Ryziel YCS was YCS Anaheim, and that was start of December. Right? 2 months ago.
Ryziel, for me, it is a bit complicated. I often change my mind or my opinions almost event to event with the deck, where it's good for the game, bad for the...
I've never seen Josh say that there's something wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, then you're not paying much attention, and you shouldn't be talking right now. I'm so sick of people, like, whenever I say something positive, it's like, you can't say that, you're Konami's strongest soldier. It's so stupid, man. Like I'm trying to make good points. I'm trying to be understandable. If you don't agree, that's fine. But please don't tell me I'm just saying the things that I'm saying just for the sake of it. Like I'm trying to make arguments. I'm saying negative things plenty of time, all right? If I wasn't allowed to say anything negative, there's so many things that wouldn't happen, right? Like I have my own opinions and I'm sharing my opinions. I'm allowed to be positive about things, and I'm negative when I'm negative, all right? And I am negative plenty of times about, dude, have you seen me ever talk about Malice? Have you seen me talk about MathMech? Have you seen me talk about plants? Have you seen me talk about Mermail? There is stuff in this game that I criticize. Have you talked to me the entirety of 2024 about Snake Eyes or Ubel or anything of that nature? Like it just bothers me. And I know I'm being one guide right now, but I just want to get this out of there. Like I say when I think there's a problem, all right? Believe me, there's nothing stopping me from criticizing this game if I feel like it's appropriate. And when I think there's a problem, I say that I think there's a problem. And if I think there's no problem, I say that I think there's no problem. And I didn't even say there was no problem during this reaction. I agreed on plenty of moments. I said like, yeah, I think Dweller makes it a little bit too powerful overall. I think the Fiendsmith engine might make the ceiling a little bit too high. I think not being able to fully dedicate your non-engine spaces to Ryziel, which is not a deck that requires you to play a whole bunch of hand traps, but you still have to play a bunch of hand traps because of other decks. I can see where people are coming from. Like I feel like I've brought my points across in a fair manner, and I don't really know how you can just say like, oh yeah, Josh will never say when there's a problem about you. I don't know. If you don't agree with me, that's fine, by all means. All right, but please don't twist the words I'm saying, and don't tell me I'm just saying what I'm saying for the sake of having to be positive or anything like that, because that is just not true. All right, thank you. All right. Did you see Sunny's video about Alliance Insight? I got it recommended, but I haven't watched it yet. Oh god, full engine end. Stop! There's one little piece of hope here, which is that it might be one of those hand trap decks. It might be just Fiendsmith Cash Tira without Snake Eyes. If there is Snake Eyes, we're out of here. As soon as I see the first Snake Eye card hit the board or graveyard, I'm out. Do you think they can limit Cash Tira Unicorn to 1? I think they should at this point. Like, I don't know. Could I interest you in banning Cash Tira Birth? At that point, I don't even care about Unicorn anymore. I don't think it's a hand trap deck, guys. Okay, it's not a Snake Eye card, but I'm not watching that movie either. One Bestial would have cooked this entire thing, by the way. My hand was dope going first, though. Had so many pushes. Uh-oh. Alright, Tenpai Andy. This is not good. Aha. Man, I would have loved to play against Ryzeal both those games. Okay, that's enough Fire King Islands. Holy shit. Well, at least I hope I'm not getting ashed on Extravagance, because I figured if they had ash, they would have used it on Max C. That's fine, dude. That card does nothing against my deck. Bro. Bro! I don't think it's worth popping one of these. Aha. So they didn't have an out to Max C last turn. I mean, I'll still Veiler this. It's such a jump scare when they actually have Snake Eye Ash, like the card, you know, the dude. Oh, that's him, you know. That's not supposed to happen. Almirage got banished. No, I lost 2 Promethean and 2 Garunix, 1 Typhon, and 1 Sunlight Wolf, which is the only Sunlight Wolf I have. But I have extra copies of the other ones. Maybe I should have activated a Sanctuary just to get an island out of the deck. Eliminate the bad draws. Oh no. Princess Craft already worth it. That's not how statistics work, actually, because chances are the second Promethean, one of the 2 Prometheans I banished is the extra one I added. You don't know that. No way to tell, unfortunately. Nerd, know you. Ultimately, I don't think it's something we have to argue about too much. I think that is always going to be subjective. I can understand that not everyone loves Ryzeal. That's all right. I just think there's definitely better arguments to be made than how dare you complain about Malice. Okay, bro, didn't even know I had Battleface. Okay, I have finally acquired a fire monster. Now it is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but it is a fire monster. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if I should pop here though, because like I'm just gonna give him a Snake Eye Ash, which is really annoying. Like, if I pop this Ash Blossom and I grab Garunix and I special Garunix, they get Snake Eye Ash and I get owned, probably. So I don't know, man. Because they definitely have to have Imperm, right? That's just 2 Imperms over there. You lose next turn anyway? What makes you say that? What am I losing from next turn? I don't even... From my perspective, they don't have Diabell Star. They can't have another Snake Eye Ash. I have an Nibiru in hand. You're lying. They forgot to attack, so I'm chilling on 8,000. I could lose this turn, 100%. But I think chances that I lose are much higher if I don't have Ash Blossom and I give them access to Snake Eye Ash. They got the fabled idiot. I'll probably be... Will I be ashing that? I probably... Yeah, I will be ashing that. Okay, you cannot possibly blame me for them top decking Cult by the Grave, okay? Shut up. I know what you're gonna say. I know exactly what you're gonna say, but that is not something... No. No, you can't. Nuh-uh. Oh. 7,900. Do they... Wait, why didn't they equip Requiem? Oh, they already did. Okay, well, we'll be at 100. We're big chilling, guys. No problem. 100 life points is all we need. Lacrima burn? Well, we can prevent Lacrima burn, so calm down there. I actually do lose. Yeah, I lose. If they play it right, I lose. They haven't revived Engraver yet. Because they make sequence, I have to nib on summon. And then they can shuffle sequence for Engraver. Yeah. I die. But I also die if I play last turn to that top deck. Because the set cards are imperm, right? It's not called by the grave. It has to be imperms. So my Garunix does not achieve anything. I definitely die if I play this any other way too. This is just not a winnable game. I also would have been dead if they just remembered their battle phase. That's true, yeah. Damn. Lose streak. Unlucky games. We lost all the coin flips though. All right, another one to the collection. You and Trish are having a bad day? I'm having a good day. What do you mean? I am probably going to use Fuvalos here just for the sake of drawing that extra card. If they have Ash or Called by for it, then I'll Magna. But I do really want to draw that card. Yeah, they got Ash for it. Okay. If I Magna here, though, if I Magna here, I can no longer Imperm, which is annoying. Should I just Imperm the Kick Close? I could. Hold Magna for Fiendsmith, maybe? Yeah, okay. I think I need that Imperm. Ironic you played a lot less combo decks yesterday. I know, right? Like today, with all these combo piles, the hand trap pile would have probably been so much better suited than yesterday, but it still performed well yesterday. But yeah. Maybe it is because of the higher rating. Maybe we just have less rogue decks because of that. That's likely the case, right? Okay, but this is not combo yet. They need to send this engraver to the graveyard somehow. Oh no, they got birth. Right. I forgot. I hate birth. What is that supposed to mean, Gage? Do you think giving birth actually hurts? What do you mean? They're just pretending? It's the greatest scheme of mankind. It's just women pretending it hurts, but it actually doesn't. Man, it really would be better if this Arvata in my hand was just like an Hyperia or something, right? Like if I was just playing the Bestial control deck from yesterday, this is Hyperia, the Magnamoon searches Lubellion, it's just over, right? Now I actually have to do work for it. Okay, never mind, we're good. We're about to beat Max C, Ash, Supreme Seamare, Kashtira Unicorn, by the way. I'll change this worm. Banish Kit. Vasimus Lore, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate you. I have nothing prepared for the 12 months. You get a new... I'm pretty sure you get a new sub badge, right? What is 12 months? Ronin Totem? Bro, you had 4 hand traps? How else do you want me to beat that shit? What, I'm not allowed to win? Love your face and your content. Okay. Appreciate that, I suppose. How many? 5 in a row? Oh, not another Tenpai. Oh my god. Oh, nah, dude. What do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer losing the coin toss to Tenpai so you know it's Tenpai, but you're frustrated from the first frame? Or you prefer winning the coin toss against Tenpai and not finding out until their turn? I need to know. Important piece of information. I love how Nibiru is always there against Tenpai. He's got my back. Nibiru is like, your opponent summons once in the main phase and... Oh, man. Life is good. Kick. Try that again. Ah. Thoughts on SP banish Pydra? I really wanted the Promethean graveyard setup. You're trying to play around. Yeah, I get it. I don't know though. I could steal it and leave it on my board. Because I don't want to end on SP without a fire monster now. But I think this is fine. What a convenient top deck. It's game, guys. Don't question mark, dude. It doesn't matter. No, it's game. The dude comes back. You guys know how much freaking damage freaking Trident Dragion is? This deck is so unbelievably cringe. I cannot fathom. They need to kill this shit. Like, they need to actually kill. They need to undo it. Six or seven coin flips in a row. What's that? 48 card Exodia. Are we back in the Exodia swamp? I think we're back in the Exodia swamp. I'm not trying to chain Skyburn and just hit the Imperm. Is it better than the Hand Trap Turbo? No, the Hand Trap deck was way better. yesterday. It's not bad though. We're on a very bad luck streak right now. We've lost the last 7 coin flips in a row, and we've played against 2 Tenpais. That Tenpai is very good against this deck once again. But okay, now I'll Skyburn in end phase to get the Ponix back. This one is called by the grave. Oh. Okay. Labyrinth. Actual Labyrinth. Oh, hello. That is very good information because that card is very good against Fire King. But Baylor? Okay, so they're playing Furniture Lab with Cannon? Okay. Won a coin flip. Finally. Time to draw unplayable. Can I still try to make my Pearly work, or is it doomed? It is rather doomed right now. Okay. Yeah. I could play. It's not unplayable. It's not unplayable. I just choose not to play. That is a difference. Oh, Kashira Birth in the graveyard. You love to see it. You love to see it. I got 2 of them things. Okay. That doesn't even add back. It's not a bad endboard piece or anything. But okay. Well, they got a book and a Diabell, I suppose. Hit me. Um They can set 3 and discard at birth. I mean, they clearly don't have Kashtira Unicorn, so the birth doesn't do anything. And the other stuff is likely just like imperm. Not a free send, I suppose. Okay, I guess. Does anyone have ideas what we could do for consistency in this deck? I am so desperate for suggestions. I don't want to play Snake Eyes, guys. No way. Oha. Opa. It doesn't matter, right? Like, 3 hand traps are just not enough here. I drew a Swarm. They bring Ash out from Temple. Snake Eye, Diabellstar, they got 3 bodies. They do full Fiendsmith combo anyways. It just does not matter. I don't know what happened. Before lunch break was like, I'm having a great time. After lunch break, suddenly everything is in flames, dude. Like, 9 games, I've won 1 coin toss. I've gotten obliterated by 2 10 pies. I've lost every hand trap minigame against Snake Eyes. I supposed to Ash Tract or Ash Requiem? I guess I'm supposed to Ash Requiem. Because then 2 bodies cannot turn into Requiem later. If they start Engraver, I know, but like if it's tracked, that's what I was saying. I think they have Fuva. And I don't feel like giving them more cards. Because they couldn't play last turn. And I kill. How easy is it for me to kill? I have normal summoned. I don't think I can easily kill without committing heavily into the. Because this is summoned in defense if I pop all connects. I'm thinking about just popping Berong to not play into Fuva at all. Just hit him for 6k. I got multiple disruptions. Yeah. Fuck. No shot they play through this, right? If their hand couldn't play last turn, they didn't have talents last turn, they didn't have called by last turn. Ain't no way. Well, I've identified the card they've drawn for turn. Yeah, okay. We really are playing against so much combo slop today. We probably should have done... We probably should have done these two streams in a different order. We probably should have played the Fire King deck first to grind from 15 to 16, and then in this, we should have been hand trapping everybody. Oh, we got Nicky Boy. I think that's a Challenger Cup grinder. What am I supposed to do here, man? Volcanix? Probably. I mean, it does not get much worse than this, so... Either Tenpai or Rescue Ace? Well, it's 43 cards, so I hope it's not Tenpai. That's a terrible way to play Tenpai with 43 cards. Looks like it's Rescue Ace. That jump scares me every time. I mean, yeah, I'm losing. What do you want me to do when I draw 3 Sanctuary and Island? And Arvata? What are you expecting? Azamina kind of silly. This had nothing to do with Azamina being too powerful. My hand was just ass. It is a card game after all. Are you attending German Open? I'm not. I'm streaming on Saturday. I can't. Oh. I mean, I'm aware I could cut down on Fire King Islands and Sanctuaries, but like I'm just struggling to have other extenders. I don't know how else, like how I'm supposed to substitute these cards. Feels like they're too important. Wait, now you Ash? Okay, well. Eh? Okay. There is extra, yeah. Why not put Zombie Vampire to gamble when you only have 2 level 8s? Because I don't like to gamble into a non-fire monster. Most of the time, it's better to leave the fires on the board. I'm so I'm going to hate that guy. Wait, they didn't banish? Okay. I guess they can banish on attack declaration and decide later what they want to banish. It's fair. Called by the Grave is particularly frustrating in formats where like the power level is so high of these combo decks because it's just so obnoxious to deal with Called by the Grave. Because right now, Called by the Grave is only really benefiting crazy combo piles in Master Duel. Like, you're only really using it to push through your crazy stuff. There's no mid-range deck in the game that wants Called by the Grave to be illegal at the moment. It only benefits combo. We're back where we started with this deck, which honestly is not that bad. But like I was kind of feeling it before the lunch break. Now I'm kind of back to reality, back to earth. Deck is not that consistent, and other decks are doing way crazier things than it. But the luck really has been crazy these last couple of games. Okay. Praise be Skyburn, dude. Skyburn makes those matchups so much easier, even if I didn't have that Kirin. Skyburn is really what you need for these. Alright. I think we're quitting while we're ahead with this deck, which is we're ahead by like 10 points. We at some point throughout the day we were much further ahead. But since we're basically at the end of the streaming time, I think we call it here, because if we lose now, we're gonna be where we started, and that's gonna feel very bad. You feel me? Conclusion: this deck is not bad, considering how no one, and I mean no one, is playing this deck in Master Duel. It is actually quite playable. It has glaring consistency issues, which are further exaggerated by the fact that you don't have access to the pot cards. Like, only one pot of extravagance is kind of criminal. The fact that Kirin is at 2 in Master Duel is also infuriating, because I feel like they should have hit Snake Eyes and not Kirin. It is fun to play this deck. And I do think it is definitely good enough to like make master with it and, you know, climb to like 1600. At some point at the moment, you're running into like too many combo decks. But I enjoyed my climb with it. I did enjoy it. I understand that seeing some of these hands, you might think like, oh, let's cut 1 or 2 of these Fire King Sanctuaries or Fire King Islands, which if you have a better idea on how to achieve consistency in this deck, be my guest. But I'm not trying to put like Small World into this or something. I suppose, yeah, maybe you could play like an original Sinful Spoils to just summon out the Pawnics, but I don't know. Yeah. Small Poplar package. See, yeah, you could do that. But then it's not pure Fire King anymore. And it's so much less cool. And I don't want to play Snake Eyes cards right now. I don't feel like it. And I don't know. You're not even adding. That's the problem with adding Poplar to this deck. Like, you're not adding strictly just good cards, right? Like, you're adding some meh cards as well. And Poplar itself is just more normal summons as well. So I don't know. I kind of like it the way it is. Certain concepts just are the way they are. And you could, of course, you could turn this into Snake Eyes Fire King, but that'd be an entirely different deck, and that was not what I was trying to play. So I think it's fine. 3 Electro Blaster and the level 8 Pyro. So Electro Blaster, what was that again? Yeah, I've seen this. What's the one that you sent with this again? I forgot its name, but I've seen this tech before. That is an extender. Mock Macho, yeah. Mock Macho. Which this is, if a face-up fire monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, you can special summon this card and draw 1 card. That is cool. Maybe you play the Electro Blaster and the Mac Macho in this deck, and you cut down on some islands, like maybe 1 Sanctuary, like play 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. I think is fine. But yeah, those are that is an option. Yeah, okay. Either way, fun little experiment. I do think the competition is a little bit too strong in Master Duel compared to the TCG, because TCG format has a lower power level. Like, that's another thing. If you ever get hand trapped on an Olkinix in Master Duel, and your opponent starts somewhat comboing, you just die. Whereas in a TCG, Ryzeal does not always kill you. If you have like an Effect Veiler or Ash Blossom in hand, there's a good chance you can just live. Or Bestials, like those cards, you can just survive off of them. In TCG, you just die, right? In Master Duel, you just die against the high combo decks. Yeah. Lordly Load reprint announced. Wait, what? TCG Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. This year's Battles of Legend set, is that just from the Konami website? Let me see. Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. Hitting shelves on Friday, June 13th. June 13th is in 4 months. Surprise 1. It's time to chibi. Get your hands on 10 cute as a button chibi variants arts of popular monsters. We've used the chibi art style on accessories before, but this is the first time it's been used on actual cards. And just to be clear, these are not tokens. They are fully playable cards with game text. Yeah, I've seen these before. I think the OCG, I think Japan had them at some sort of distribution. Those are cute. Bling out with style. Also new in this set, Emblazoned Ultra Rares. Emblazoned Ultra Rares? Each pack of Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem comes with a Dragon Maid, Punk, or Orcus themed Ultra Rare card with a custom emblem for that theme. Emblazoned right on the card text box. Oh, so it's Ultra Rares with a stamp like the QCRs. But it's like, it's not the 25th anniversary stamp. It's a stamp with the with the symbol of the archetype, like a Punk symbol, a Dragon Maid symbol, or an Orcus symbol. That's cool. That's nice. Here's your chance to bling out these decks with unprecedented style. There are 51 emblazoned cards total, including 6 brand new cards, 2 for each theme. Okay, so this is where we're getting the Orcust, Dragonmaid, and Punk support, and we're getting a new rarity. That's pretty decent. Starlight's Return. Oh, okay. This answers some important questions that people had. Like, what's going to happen after Quarter Century Secret Rare Celebration runs out? I mean, look, we've had Quarter Century Celebration. We've celebrated the 25 years, all right? We've celebrated 25 years for so long that we're almost at 30 years. But people were asking, like, hey, eventually Quarter Centuries have to end. What's going to happen after? Are Starlights going to come back? And I guess the answer is yes. Some people saw this one coming, but the surprise isn't that Starlights are coming back, which they are, but that they are a lot easier to get. Last seen in 2023 as extremely hard to find cards, Starlight Rares will be in Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem at about the same rate that you could find Quarter Century Secret Rares the last couple of years. Not a surprise, lots of new cards. Okay, I guess I personally like this because I like Starlight Rares more than Quarter Centuries, but I never liked how exclusive Starlight... I mean, I guess Starlights being exclusive has its positives, but I also liked for Quarter Centuries that they were just a little bit more realistic to obtain. So that's cool, I guess. One thing you can always expect from a Battles of Legends set is new cards for your decks, and always all foil. Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem has new cards for Necros, Gemknight, Jurak, Fable, DD, Megistus, plus a lot more. So we've reacted to all these cards before. That, like, we just didn't know exactly when we were going to get them. So here's your answer. Also, not a surprise, this massive 177 card set has plenty of old and new favorites. Primite Lordly Load. Okay. Or wanting to grab a foil upgrade, King of the Feral Imps. Okay, the King of the Feral Imps is not a crazy reprint. I think it just doesn't have a holo reprint, so it does get a holo now. Each 5-card pack of Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem contains a Secret Rare, 1 Emblazoned Ultra Rare, which is always a Dragonmaid, Punk, or Orcust card, or 3 other Ultra Rares. Overall set size, 52 Secrets, 51 Ultras, and 74 other Ultras. 25 of those cards are also available as Starlight Rares. Okay. How are we feeling? Battles of Legends, I think, has definitely been in need of an upgrade in terms of, like, the quality of the set, right? Like, the last couple of Battles of Legends were kind of like, right? So, do we think this is better? Do we think this is better? We get the new form of an Ultra Rare. We get a whole bunch of good. We get new support for new themes here. We get Starlight Rares in here. We get Chibi alt arts. Like, the combination of all of this, does that make it more attractive as a set? I feel like it sounds promising. It does depend on, you know, what cards are Secret Rare, how hard is it to pull individual Secret Rare, is there short printing, and so on and so forth. What are the ratios, you know, is there certain emblazoned Ultra Rares that are super hard to come by? Another thing that I don't really understand is they're saying there's 1 Secret Rare, 1 emblazoned Ultra Rare, but it's always a Dragonmaid, a Punk, or Orcust card. And then there's 3 other Ultra Rares. Can there be more emblazoned Ultra Rares in these other 3 Ultra Rare slots? Because there's 51 total different emblazoned Ultra Rares, right? And does this mean you can pull multiples in the same pack if you're lucky? Or is it 51 Ultra Rares, just Dragonmaid, Punk, or Orcust? There's no way 51 cards in the set are... I mean, I guess they could be reprinting 17 Dragonmaids, 17 Punk, and 17 Orcust cards, right? There is technically enough, right? Like, if every single Orcust card is in there, plus the new ones, there might be 17 different ones. Right? So maybe there's... That'd be a little sad, right? If there's no other archetype getting emblazoned ultra rares, just Orchist, Punk, and Dragon Maid? But it really sounds like that. It really sounds like it is just those cards that are emblazoned ultra rares, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is 4 months down the line, but it sounds like an upgrade to Battles of Legends sets, I think. All right. You guys, once again, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will send you guys somewhere. Let me see who's live. I'll send you guys to Joseph. You guys have fun in MBT stream. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for all your support as always. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the Fire King Master Duel ladder session in which we climbed just a little bit, but we did climb. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and